Morning, everyone, to the most happiest day of the year, April 1st, Committee of the Whole, April 1st, 2023. We would like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Inkakapa and the Sill people. Adoption of minutes, Committee of the Whole meeting minutes, March 15th, 2023. Recommendation that the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting held on March 15th, 2023 be adopted.
Second.
There we go. Councillor Newman, Councillor Etchart. Any errors or omissions? Did anybody? Not that I noticed either. And I did actually read it. All those in favor? Opposed? And we'll just make a little note that Manuel's a little late. Just a little bit of housekeeping here thing, Sean. We're going to kill this at 3 because we've all agreed to be at the welcome tea at the library before this agenda came out. So they're expecting us today. So. Excellent. Okay. 2023-2027 financial plan. The following outline from the Committee of the Whole on March 15th. Financial contractor, Ms. Thiessen, to introduce the first proposals for budgeting with the department staff for questions, blah, 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 blah. I'll hand it over to you, Sheila. Away you go. Thank you very much.
For this first part, I'm just going to use the podium.
You go right ahead. You bet. No problem.
It's just I can see everybody better from here than sitting on the side. So I wanted to start just with good morning, everybody, for starters. And the April Fool's joke I saw, I was just telling Norman today, was I follow a pub that is near where my brother lives in Ottawa, and they said that Ryan Reynolds is getting tired of the wait for the Ottawa Senator, so he bought the pub. And he's teamed up with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and a couple of other famous Canadians. And it'll be interesting to see how many people got all excited about that. Yes? Yeah, he played in the CFL.
He was ejected from the CFL.
Yeah. Anyway, so good morning. And first of all, I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to work with you on this project. And before we get into the nitty-gritty today, I thought I would have a little bit of a speech, and Sean can attest this, because of my kind of role at council is it's council's meeting and staff kind of stay behind the scenes and speak when spoken to and provide information when, it's your turn to provide information. So it's a little unusual for me to do this, but I just wanted to provide my thoughts on this process. And so just to set the scene, because some of you don't really know me and I'm just getting to know you guys, I've worked in the world of municipal finance since 1999. I started at the TNRD in Kamloops, back when we were getting ready for the 1999 to year 2000 turnover. They were upgrading their financial software, so they had the brains to run a dual system for a few months to make sure everything was set up before they did the big switchover, which if only they thought about that in Ottawa with that Phoenix payroll system. I know people that are still working on that in Ottawa. So I started there as an accounting clerk. There was 2 of us hired to help, since then, I've worked in almost every role in the municipal finance department. The only thing I haven't done as a regular thing is payroll. I have done it, but I haven't been a payroll clerk regularly. I have worked at the regional district level over 8 years in 2 4-year stints. I did 2 years at the city of Surrey, which was quite interesting to work in a large municipality. I did 4 years in the municipality of Clearwater and almost 5 years here at and it really is in these small communities that my heart lies. I grew up in a lot of small communities. I've lived in Clinton, Chase, and the challenges that the small communities face, small municipalities, is so when Sean reached out to me, I was happy to be able to come back. It worked out. It was a good time in our life. We weren't really planning to go anywhere. It was kind of a long winter, and I really felt like I hadn't totally finished with my time with municipal finance. So I did live in Merritt for 5 years, and I think it's a fantastic community. I loved it when I was here. It's got, for a community, city, even though it's not really a city, but it's a community under 10,000 people, the facilities it has here is amazing. I tell people all the time when they talk about, well, it's a small town and whatever, I said, if you want to put your kids in swimming lessons, they can get into swimming lessons. When we lived in Surrey, you couldn't get your kids in swimming lessons because you were months, or you were in a queue, or you were lining up at midnight to get in because there was too many people to use the facilities. Yet you have a pool, they have an arena, everything. It's wonderful. I think it's great. The only thing that I don't miss is the wind, I'll have to say. But I do miss the big skies. Up in Clearwater, I'm surrounded by a bunch of trees. But back to why we are here today. I was thinking about today, and I've prepared and presented at least 7 financial plans to councils. Hi, Manuel. In my career. And in fact, Adam and the mayor have worked with me on a few of them. And I have to admit that I've been struggling with the process a little bit this time. And the last 2 days, I was suffering quite a few different technical glitches trying to get some of this stuff done, hence the reason why the documentation was so late getting out yesterday. And it gave me some time to sit back and think. So preparing a budget is a big time-consuming process, the way it's done. There's a lot of details and information that needs to get processed and considered. Having had a couple of years away from the process and coming back, I have a bit of a different perspective than when I was living, breathing, and working in the process. I think that is what I've been struggling with. So this morning in the early hours, I decided to take a step back and look at the picture. So let me set the scene. I've already mentioned that Merritt's a great community with lots going for it. It's facing some really major challenges right now, but it is definitely here for the long run. You're a new council facing a lot of issues out in the community. There's a lot going on for a new council, but I have to say I'm impressed with what I've seen so far, and I look forward to following you on your term and into the future. And Merritt's really lucky to have just the camaraderie and the way you guys seem to be working together is fantastic. You have a lot of new staff since I was here in the short term. There's been a lot of turnover. They're new to the community, but you have some seasoned veterans that are working with them, and I am really impressed with the way they're working together and the staff. So just wanted to. And you have a finance department that is really understaffed and under-resourced right now. And just due to circumstances that aren't really anybody's fault, it's just a reality that I just want to make sure that it's clear that some stuff that hasn't been done, we just don't have the manpower to do it. So we are a bit behind in this budget process, and we do have a drop dead date of May 15th. So the saying, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. I'm just going to propose that we use this opportunity to turn this budgeting process, on its end, or tune it up a bit, might be better to put it, and maybe just make it a few changes in what we're doing. So every year I've presented budgets, I've struggled with the amount of detail and how much to provide. And the package that you got last night is pretty typical of what we get, and it just builds, the binders fill up as we go through. Staff spends a lot of time putting those binders together, and then you were expected to review it. And that's kind of the traditional old way, but now we have information coming from a whole bunch of different avenues and different venues. And it can be overwhelming, especially for new councillors. I'm sure you didn't run for council to be going through reams and reams of paper. My sister's a new councillor in Chase, and she's like, oh my God, the reading. I said, yeah. I didn't tell you that part when I was encouraging you, but because I think she's a good person there. So anyway, and it can be overwhelming. And it's a new world. Like we have Chat GTP, is that right? That's what it's called. So Director of Finance for one of the places in the Kootenays, I think, he took a GFOA form about tax rates in, and maybe at lunch I'll bring it up and put it on the screen. All the threads, threw it in there, and told Chat GTP to write a funny poem. And it's amazing what came out. It's things are changing. So when I got my accounting designation back in 2006, we did a lot of swatting. that sounds like kind of funny, and it sounds like something you might need a Kleenex for, if you know what a SWOT is. It's a situational analysis. So I think today, in the background, I want to use this today to look at Merritt's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats as we're looking at the budget to help keep things in perspective. So I just quickly went through those 3 things and made 3 points, but you guys might have others that you wanted to add, or we can talk about even later. Council is new. So under strengths, I've got 3 things. Council is new, full of ideas and priorities for your term. Staff has a great variety of experiences, skill sets, and are willing to work for the City of Merritt. I've been really impressed with the interactions I've heard with the residents. Merritt has great facilities and a great location with good connectivity, both internet, which is a big one for attracting businesses, and transportation-wise. When I first moved to Merritt, I had a planner from the TNRD that worked there, and he grew up here, Alex Krause, and he said, Merritt's a great place. If you're flying anywhere, you have your choice of airports to get your rates from. You've got Kelowna, you've got Abbotsford, you've got Vancouver, you've got Bellingham, Kamloops. So you've got 5 airports to choose from. And I think those are the kind of things that Merritt needs to sell a bit more in attracting. Anyway, the weaknesses. Getting staff and resources has been challenging. Getting people to come to town. And the major industry is struggling with changing markets, regulations, etc. Infrastructure deficit is real. I mean, all of this stuff you guys know, I'm just using it to kind of frame where our thoughts are. Opportunities. You're a new council with a clean slate to move forward. You're at the beginning of your term, so you've got 4 years. Grant funding is available right now. It's coming out of the woodwork in levels I've never seen in my career. It's amazing. So there's lots of grant. And Merritt, you're center stage right now. Everybody knows about Merritt. You're out there in the public. So, let's try to make the most of it. And the threats, the possibility of getting lost in the weeds and becoming overwhelmed, especially with all of this stuff going on and with the challenges with staffing. It's really easy to get down and get just stuck in the weeds, where I'm shaking and nodding, where you get stuck looking at this and you need to sometimes step back and go, okay, what is our deadline? Like, as far as the budget process, we have to have, by May 15th, we have to know the tax rates. We have to have that decision made. Some of the other stuff can be amended during the year if grants come. Loss of industry and sources of taxation is something that you have to keep in mind at the back of your head as we're working through this. And increasing regulations, reporting requirements, and downloading from all levels of government. So that's just to bring it back to the budget process. I just wanted to, is that it's May 15th, it's real. Is our deadline. I keep repeating that, but it's the one chance to set the tax rates for the year, which is the majority of our revenue. So that is up to council to decide, and we're all here to help you make that decision and help provide you with information about what the impact of that decision, whether you go high, low, what happens with that. And the detail you received last night, there's a lot of it. We'll try and summarize it and make it presented in a way where we're dealing with the airport in one lump sum. I think it's more important to discuss council's priorities and what they'd like to see to get the picture. So like for the airport, there's quite a few requests in there for the airports. We've received some grant money, but what is it that council wants to see at the airport? And how much are you willing to put towards that? Like a big picture, and then we can look at, rather than considering the individual items first, let's make sure we consider the picture first. So, like, what is your wish for council's the airport and the surrounding lands? What's the big picture? And so that's kind of what I'm proposing. Rather than just going through the binder and looking at line by line, let's kind of keep stepping back and look at the big picture today, and make sure we're out of here by 3. That works for me too. And so that's... and part of it, if you budget and give the staff the idea of what's actually happening at the airport rather than focusing just on a bunch of specific projects, it makes it easier for staff to manage too. But you have to have trust in your staff that requires reporting and just, clear expectations. And I don't think there's any issues. So if you're willing, let's have a discussion today, look at things through a bit of a telescope rather than just a magnifying glass. And just make it, and be open for a discussion. It's a workshop, so feel free to ask questions at any time or put your hand up and interrupt me if I'm talking or somebody else is talking, because this is your budget. This is council's process, so it's important that it's driven by council and not by staff. We're here to provide information. And so we have the meeting on Thursday night with the department heads, so if you can make a note as you're going, or just mention to one of us to make a note what you would like the department heads to focus on Thursday night, we'll make sure that they arrive prepared to talk about the issues that are the projects that you're interested in. And we also have in-house a great communications manager at our disposal, so we're going to make sure we utilize her great skill set to make sure we get lots of public out to the open house and get some interest and good public input. So with that being said, I wanted to just kind of make sure we were kind of, before we dove too deeply into it, I just wanted to. Does anybody have any questions so far?
Thank you, Sheila. So one question that I always ask, and you'll know this before we start, is what is a 1% raise in our taxes? It used to be 55,000. What is it today? Do we know?
92,000.
92. So that's 1%.
So you'll see on these blue worksheets at the top, the ones for the general fund, it does show what, and I've got a column in there that shows what the impact technically is.
So I guess the announcement yesterday about the retroactive RCMP pay starts to throw a wrench into this, because now I believe we're at about 400,000.
Yeah.
And we've decided to go on a 2-year payment plan, which is about, what, 80 grand a month. So, no, what is it? Well, no, 400,000, sorry. So, but anyways, that does throw a little bit of a wrench into things.
Yeah, it does, but it doesn't, because although we specifically didn't have it set aside in a reserve every year, there was always, so we do have it in the surplus, but the payment plan makes it much easier for us. So I don't think that really needs to be a consideration with the taxation. I don't think you would have to raise tax rates just to pay for that. It's covered. That brings up another point, is if you set your tax rates, if we have any extra money, there has been concern, I've worked with councils before, where they don't want to have a surplus because they think a surplus is a dirty word. But really, when you think of it, it's safely held within the municipality. And with the reserve and surplus policy that you have in your package, if the city starts actually consciously moving the money at the end of the year, and we will look at that as soon as we get our year into a position to see what our surpluses are. We'll start moving any excess into the specific funds. Then it's better to have a more consistent tax increase, because you know that the surpluses are going into the infrastructure deficit, which Sean presented the other day. Like, you're putting it into reserves. It's not getting wasted. It doesn't get blown away. It's not like what you see happen with the provincial government. When I worked at the TNRD, I looked out over Visions Electronics, and the last week of March, it was all provincial vehicles there. Because the policy, I don't know if it still is, used to be, they had a budget, if you had a budget of $1,000 and you only spent $500, next year you'd only get $500. So they would just go out and buy the craziest stuff to get their budget. And that doesn't happen in the municipal world. People are encouraged to stay within budget, and if there is a surplus, then that means they can put that money aside for another project the next year. So it's encouraging managers to be more responsible and to make those savings when they can, because then it's easier for them to get the next thing that they want for their job, for their role. So when we're talking tax rates, I think that's just important. So it's got to be a balance between what the city needs, which is probably higher than what the taxpayer will afford or will tolerate. So you have to find a middle ground in there. So we can talk about different tax scenarios if you have any questions. Did you have something?
I have a question, and I've raised it before. It's pretty hard to make budget decisions if we don't know what the budget decisions were for last year and what their plan was. Where that council's dreams were, directing the community. Mm-hmm. We don't have that, so.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I wasn't here when they did it. I mean, I have the budget document. I don't know if Sean what the general mood was last year, or what
that whole process would have been made public, would it not have been?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have the numbers, but I don't know if for sure what Dana's thinking. I mean, we can talk about where we're at, and as we finish the financials, which we're working on, then we have a better idea where the surpluses and reserves are, but I do have a draft statement that gives you a bit of an idea where we stand from last year.
And to be 100% honest with you, Councillor Egan, you don't want to get stuck in somebody else's plans, because what they...
I know, but if they've made major contributions towards one thing and it just stops, you know, we should help them follow it through.
I see Sean waving his hand. Sean.
Yeah, so great question and point. And so the way that you'll see this roll out is if there is a carry forward on any given project where it's still it's still being continued, it's not done yet, you'll see those advance through this budget process, where there's some that will move because funds weren't fully utilized, or maybe even the project hadn't started yet, and they'll get ported over into the next budget. That's not going to have a taxation effect because it was budgeted for in a previous year and you're rolling it through. I want to make sure that I'm on the same page with what you're referring to on the council plans. So we sent out the strategic plan for council, I don't know, a couple weeks ago now. But also part of what you'll see here is 22 budget numbers and where we landed in the 2022. And so very often when you're looking at 2023, you are going to compare it to 2022. What I will say is that in general, council had a fairly conservative approach towards budgeting last year, in that we had so much uncertainty around what we were going to get for flood response and recovery funding, how much of that would be recovered, that there was a hesitancy to go super hard on the capital project side, and there wasn't a need to raise taxes in order to make sure that that security was there. And so we can go through the project listing that was proposed last time. If that would be helpful, we can forward that out, though I don't want that to get lost too much with what is here, because you'll see that we do have a mix of carry forward projects as well as new projects that are on the docket. So if there's anything specific that you wanted to see, please let me know and we'll make sure to get it for you.
Yeah, and just to answer your question, because sometimes when there is a change in council, some projects end up I don't think there's anything really significant that that isn't already either locked down on a path, or there were a few capital items, just a few that were approved for out into 2024, but you will revisit them during this process, and maybe I don't have it right at my fingertips right now, but I can pull it up during lunch. And I think it's like a fire truck and things that the council knew would have to be replaced by certain dates, and some of those things you have to order 2 years in advance. But there wasn't any major projects, I don't think, that can be, that can't be reevaluated or.
Yeah, it's basically West Merritt active transportation.
My apologies. I think the big ones that you'll see that were carried forward, though, West Merritt active transportation path, as well as the cemetery. What was that? Vote Street we've had on the budget, but again, it was always grant dependent, so conditional. We had it on there in order to make the grant applications, but the idea was that it would run when we had funds for it. And so you will see a new iteration here for Vote Street that we're still working on at the moment. But yeah, there are a handful of projects that are carry forwards, but for the most part, Sheila's right. You guys are going to be able to take these as new proposed projects and do what you will with them with a clean slate.
And you got to remember the situation we were in. In 21, we had the wildfires, and then we had the flooding. So a lot of the projects that were supposedly going to be done in 21 got deferred. So when we took a look at the 5-year plan, all those things that we were going to do in 21 got moved forward. But then we were stuck with it in 22, this time last year. What are we going to do? Our focus really had to be on the recovery side of things and rebuilding and making sure that we were going to get better. But it's also the capacity to do that. We were short-staffed, just everywhere. And so trying to move forward with capital projects and recovery and just day-to-day operations, we had a huge turnover in staff. And so we're now at the point that we've got staff, except for finance, in all our departments, and they're really good staff, and they bring a lot of experience with them. And so we're looking at the future. But we're also getting all these grants in, and we need capacity internally in order to make those things happen. Because we can get the grant money, and we've already had to turn some back because we don't have the capacity to do those projects. So when we look at what we need to do for Merritt, we need to take a look at our capacity, as well as those grants coming in. We have to pick up some of that slack in there. So as we move forward, we'll be talking about those things.
So in a nutshell, like Norman was saying, because of the circumstances, there wasn't a lot of carry forward from previous council. So you guys really, in some ways, have a very clean slate. It's like there's not really any major projects. So this is just an outline for the day. So we'll start off with a review of the draft financial position statement that you have in your package, and then we'll take a look at the reserve and surplus policy, talk a little bit about the tax scenarios, and kind of where you guys feel like and then we can put together some more proposals for you, what the average homeowner would be facing. And then we'll have lunch, and then in the afternoon we'll look through the budget request items. It's a lot of information that we gave you, and I don't expect you to be able to absorb it all today, but we'll do a high level kind of grouping and review of it and talk about it, and then we can drill down where you want to. And then questions and planning for the budget open house, and then also getting organized so you get the most out of the meeting on the 6th. And when we bring staff in there's some specific questions, and we've already talked to them. We've talked about in the past, they've done some pretty fantastic presentations and stuff, but in the interest of time and stuff this year, we've asked them we'll just stick to specific project questions and to give them time to, so they don't have to do, because they can do a really, especially the fire department can do a really good overview. It's very, he does a really good job, and he really is promoting his department, so it's fantastic, but sometimes it's not necessarily what you need some answers to specific questions. So that's where we're trying, in the interest of everybody's time this year, we're going to try and try to make it as direct as possible. So for the rest, I will sit down. But. There we go. Not sure where that draft financial policy statement is in your binders. If you can pull it up. I'll pull it up on the screen too.
So we'll see it. 6 out of 7.
6 out of 7?
The financials or the reserve and surplus policy?
No, the draft financial statement.
Yeah.
Oh, this one.
That should be right.
Page 223.
At the end?
Yeah, it's number 4, I think. Draft statement of financial position. It's the one that she's talking about.
The page number?
Yeah. I'm looking at it on the HTML. My apologies, guys. I'll look at the
Page
223. So in this document, you'll see this is laid out similar to the budget bylaw, and it's at a fairly high level. But I've always used this as a starting point, and then we can drill down for more detail if we need it. So the first column is the budget, and then the second column is the 2022 activity for the year. And then the third column shows the dollar variance, and then the other column shows the percentage variance. So just for example, for taxation, we had a slight difference. We actually collected $2,500 less than what we had budgeted, and that's probably likely, Norman can probably attest to this, it's probably likely due to a supplemental that came through. Somebody's had an adjustment in their property tax notice after the taxation. So And parcel taxes was a little bit lower than budgeted, and I'm sure that was probably due to just we had fewer properties on the utility system due to the flooding. The other big difference on here is the government grants, and you will see that, and you'll quite often see a big variance in that because we have to record a grant. If we are expecting a $6 million grant for a project, we record the whole $6 million as a budget item, but we might only do $2 million worth of the work. So we can only recognize $2 million worth of the revenue. So the other difference is sitting there, and it will show up on your financial statements as either if we've received the money, it shows up as a deferred revenue. Otherwise, if we've spent the money and haven't received it, it shows up as a due from government and accounts receivable.
Can I just add one point on that?
Yep.
Thank you. So one thing to note with government grants as well is out of everything that you're going to look at year-to-year variance, it will be wildly different when you look at it from a government grants perspective. If you pull out government grants, it actually is a much better picture for year-to-year comparison. And there, again, different world, we would be doing that a little bit more for you, so you could drill down and see what was the effect of grants, recovery, operations, etc. And I'll let Sheila speak to those. But the other thing that I wanted to say is that we are trying where possible, because you do need to have things very often in your financial plan bylaw in order to apply for the grant to do those things. But if you want to only do that project, if you get the grant, it makes it a little bit of a chicken and the egg for how you do it. And so what we are trying to do here is where we have a grant or a project that we know we're going to run, but it's going to be grant conditional, not necessarily having it in the first year of the budget. So this year, 2023's, ideally you'd put the grant revenue in 2024 or 2025, so that's a planned project, but it's far enough down the road that you can demonstrate that you're still going to do it, but it's also not going to muddy the waters on what you're doing this year. Because quite often it just looks like, how were we so far off the mark? We thought we were getting 10 and we only got 2. It is a common practice, but by virtue of how you plan the projects, you can ideally get that number a little bit closer.
Yeah. And the reason they want you to include it in the budget is most grants are not 100% funding, so they want to know if they give you the money that you're going to be able to come up with the other 20% or 30%, whatever. So that's why they require it.
You got a question?
Oh, I did earlier, but...
Yeah, so that's a really good point. And I forgot to, I made a footnote on the bottom of this report because it really muddies the water. I pulled out anything related to the recovery responses because those are big numbers. And it's all running through the city, it's municipally, but I don't want you to get lost in that because that generally will be, for the most part, should be 100% recovered. So I've pulled those numbers out just because and you should get a separate reporting on that. And it'll definitely be in the financial statements because it'll be there, but so you'll get separate reporting on that. But for budget purposes, it won't have anything to do with the tax rates you said or surplus, like you wouldn't be able to generate surpluses and reserves out of that. So I've pulled that aside. The other entry that isn't reflected in there is the cost of amortization. And normally that shows up on the expenditure side, down under the departmental expenditures. And I've just backed that out because that's just an internal entry and it just overinflates the expenditures because it's something that's beyond our control. It's a bookkeeping entry. So those are why those 2 items are left out. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody has any questions on how any of these revenues are segregated. You'll see we did get a lot of interest because of the increase in interest rates, and the trend right now is to prepay a lot of the grant funding. And so we end up with a lot of money in our bank account, so it's been a bonus, so we'll take it. And sometimes they put restrictions onto where you can put that money. It depends on the individual grants. So, but for the most part, I think we can just allocate it to different things. So for the short term anyway, it's a nice little source of revenue. Under other revenue, you see a big discrepancy of $955,000. That is the insurance recovery costs for the items that were covered by insurance that we've received. So I left that in.
So one question that I was wondering about was since you mentioned revenues from the insurance coming back, and that was your budget 2023 CP-07 for Claybanks, because I noticed that they wanted to put a new office, but the building that was destroyed,
yes,
and all the other buildings, if it's on the same site, wouldn't the commercial policy respond to rebuilding those same items, or is it because this is an improvement with the living quarters? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah,
about.
I think it's because it's a change of use. Sky is working with them, but Sky will be here on Thursday, so he can get into detail on that with you.
I asked a similar question 4 months ago, so.
Oh, okay.
I've been kind of waiting and hoping.
Yeah.
And
they're getting closer to what they're doing.
Sean, I can definitely confirm that Sky will be able to answer that question for you on Thursday. The way that it worked, because it was a rec center before, and then we had the separate trailer, the idea here is that we'll be able to combine those uses, but the trailer having not been a write-off, that portion of the building would be an additional municipal cost potentially, whereas the lower floor of the building would be the rec center use would continue to be insurance funded. So ask the questions, but that's the general idea behind the project.
Well, regardless if the mobile had damage and it was insured, there should still be a settlement for damages even if it's actual cash value. Like there should be something.
The mobile didn't have any damages.
Really?
No, surprisingly, it had water underneath. It was skirting. It was minor. The rest of it was, surprisingly.
Yeah.
I think that's the sticking point, is that it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, but yeah, we can come back to council with more specific reports on on that process.
I will be sure to ask Guy that again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's closer. He's been working on it hard, I know.
Sean, do you have anything more? So just because I'm looking at this, if you, just like Adam, just go ahead and say something. I'll turn your mic on because I may not see you and I don't want you to wait. So if I don't see you, it's not because I'm ignoring you, it's because I'm looking at this.
Yeah, and I'll try to keep my eyes out too. I'll let you know if somebody's waiting for their mic. Yeah, it just works if we wait to ask questions at the end. Sometimes you forget what you were wanting. So down on the expenditure side, you can see that, usually 10% isn't a big difference to have to be under budget by about 10%. I mean, we have to, when we budget for municipalities, because we can't budget a deficit, we have to have a balanced budget. So we tend to budget our revenues very conservatively, because you don't want to budget that you're going to get 100,000 when you might only get 50, because then you'll have a shortfall of 50,000. And so we budget our revenues on the conservative side, and then Adam's nodding, he's heard me say this multiple times. And on the expenditure side, then you budget kind of almost worst case scenario to maybe make sure that you can maintain the services. You try to keep some limits in it and make sure you have some reserves or something so you can cover, and that's back to the reserve and surplus policy. Sean?
Yeah. And I just want to speak to this as well, that when we budget at a full complement standard. And so if we have less than a full complement anywhere across the board, that's very often where you'll see the variances materialize. And quite often that's where we end up. If we know we're going to go over on an individual GL, like a contractor or a consultant, where they can come in and fill the gaps for where we have staffing shortfalls. You'll notice this particularly in protective services, because very often we're required to fund the RCMP at the full complement of 17, but I think we averaged about 14.9, yeah, over the course of the year.
Which is high.
Yeah, that's more than we've historically had, which is, to your point, Councillor Newman, why we have the ability to pay, at least if we can split those payments, which we've applied for, out of the surplus and operating, just based on the bodies that aren't there at any given time. So.
Yeah. The RCMP is unique in when we have an officer on leave for any reason, they generally don't backfill that position. So everybody else just puts in, you'll see an increase in overtime, but they don't bring in another body. So if they have somebody on a paternity leave or maternity leave, or if they're sick, then that position is empty. So they generally run around, with 17, they're probably usually run around 14 fully staffed officers between the difference. So another reason why you have to increase your officers so that you have the bare bones. Like when you think 17, there's rarely 17 on the ground at all times. And so when you look at development services, there's a big shortfall there, and there again, that goes up into government grants as well. They had quite a few grants, like $200,000 in grants in development services, and that's planning and economic development. So they've got a bunch of grants, and so that money, those projects will just be rolled forward into next year, into 2023. So we didn't recognize the revenue up top, and we don't recognize the expenses down below, so that causes the discrepancies on those lines. And then they'll just come back up next year. In the year they'll be done. So departments like that tend to get a lot of grants for small projects and stuff, you'll see their revenues and expenses go up and down like this depending on grants. It won't necessarily be as consistent as the water utility because it's just because they get operating grants. I'm sure Manuel's familiar with the kind of operating grants that are available for economic development and things. So those change. Public health, does anybody have any questions about how these are divided up or what's in them, or is it pretty clear?
Environmental health.
Environmental health is primarily garbage. And I think it's mostly just garbage in the 400s, isn't it? Yeah. But part of the compost, the actual operation of the composting center is in our sewer treatment budget, because that's where the sludge from the sewer treatment plant goes. So the operation of the compost is in there. But the recycling and things like that go through the... water and sewer. Sewer's one of the few departments that was over, and that I think was just due the cost of chemicals has gone through the roof about the same time that we needed a lot of chemicals because they're reestablishing the basins and things. So some of that we're doing, trying to do a deep dive into that stuff to make sure that anything that is possible to get recovered. These guys are laughing. There you go.
Deep dive on the sewer.
Saturday morning.
On April Fools.
Perfect. I just want to flag as well, Sheila and I talked about this morning, yesterday, not this morning, that there are likely to be some rebalancing that happens between these as well. So for example, we'll share with you that on the chemical side, on the sewer utility, we were significantly over, and that's explaining a lot of the variance that you see, as Sheila indicated, but we were under on chemicals on the water, and so we needed to go through those GLs, make sure everything was coded properly between them, and so there might be some rebalancing between these, but I think that you should have a degree of confidence with the overall numbers. It's just that there might be rebalancing between some of them. The other one that I do think, Sheila, just even if it seems like you might know what are in these categories, go through transportation services in particular, because nobody ever gets to like all public works stuff. It counts as a transportation service, and it's not just transit. Actually, that might even be a good enough description. But your general public works stuff lands in transportation services, and then you've got some of it, like you said, the garbage recycling and environmental health. Water, sewer, generally funded through a mix of parcel taxes and your utility charges for, well, that's environmental services as well for some of it. But when it comes to the water and sewer, you'll see the reason Sheila separated those out was because they tend to not have taxation impacts when you're making changes within water and sewer. They're largely dependent potentially on impacts or a change to the parcel taxes, but not on the general taxation rate.
So just a quick question. I forgot what the GL term, what does GL mean again?
General ledger.
General ledger. It's an accounting term.
So just a quick question, maybe Sean, you can answer this now. After the flood with the repairs to the sewer at the end of Canford and all of that was insured? That was insurable cost, or what was that?
Mix of insurance, response from the EMCR, used to be EMBC, response costs, and disaster financial assistance. So, and then actually, I think a portion of that was also kicked in. We were successful in receiving funding to assist with covering the municipal portion of disaster financial assistance because it's a split program. That came from the 24 million in funds that we received. So that's part of why Sheila's saying, hey, let's break this out, because very often each project has 4 different funding sources. And so we know that they're fully funded and they're covered. So it's a 1-to-1 wash on it. Every dollar we spent is covered from someplace, but they're covered from so many different places. There is still work to be done to nail that down.
Yeah, traditionally, like the road damage and things like that are not covered with our policy. But I know they did cover the rapid infiltration basins with our insurance. We've covered a lot of that and a lot of the mechanical side. But as far as the other hardscape stuff, it's a little different. So yeah,
there's some pathways, some grass and other things
like that.
Exclusions.
There were lots of exclusions. Adam knows that well.
Yeah. So transportation services, just to reiterate too, it includes public works, but not parks, because that falls under recreation and cultural services, so any park maintenance. But really, I struggled with this for a long time, and then when I really thought about what that part of the public works, other than the water and sewer, are doing, pretty well everything impacts roads. They're working on drainage, they're working on sidewalks, it's all related to roads, so that's why the transportation seems to fit. Public health and welfare is where the cemetery expenses are, and also mosquito control. And we do have an old category for air quality expenditures, but that I think is just going to get rolled up. There's not the use for that anymore. Primarily what that paid for every year, there was about 15,000 budgeted in there. Well, last year was 27, and that paid for 1 or 2 rounds of street sweeping to keep the dust down. But we can just roll that. We're just going to roll that up, I think, into the regular street sweeping budget just because it's clearer. So I mean, there's a variety of ways that we can account for things and set up accounts, but these breakdowns are pretty standard between the different municipalities, so when you're comparing. And what else did I want to address? We talked about the water and sewer. The debt servicing costs. With the increase in interest rates, our long-term debt is locked in. We did have something renewed, so it would have renewed at a slightly higher rate, but I think it was before the rates went up super high. It was higher for the long-term debt because that renews every 5 to 10 years, depending on it. And but the equipment financing, when we buy a vehicle, we're doing, and that's a variable rate. So we're seeing the payments are staying the same, but more of the payments going to interest right now than principal. So at the end of the 5-year term, there will be a balloon payment there. So that's part of the challenge we're working through right now with the budget too, is trying to figure out how we can smooth that out, or if the interest rates go down, then it's not going to be as big a deal.
So I think the last thing that we financed was the replacement pumper truck that got ordered in 21 and paid last year.
Yeah.
And then the trade-in was, some, but
there was something that was purchased last year that was slated to be borrowed with borrowing in the budget, and the borrowing was never done. And I think as we go through the year-end process, we'll see. If we don't need to do it, I wouldn't recommend doing it right now with these high interest rates.
So with the variable rate that we had at the time, will that have increased? Because I know one of them was like 0.9 or something like that.
Yes, it has. On any of the open ones that we have, it has increased. I can bring more detail back.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I figured it did, but
yeah,
I didn't know.
Yeah, so it's having a bit of an impact. So that's because we budgeted for what the original payments were, the split between principal and interest, and it's more of it's going to interest, which is what that debt servicing cost line stands for.
Yeah, and it'll probably be higher this
You'll see down below the principal payments.
Yeah, yuck. Thanks.
So that the principal payments are a little bit lower than what we had budgeted on, lower down in the form.
Just to speak to this, so definitely we're going to see higher debt servicing costs this year. I don't think there's any question about it, especially because one of the major projects that will be on the docket is the exit 286, and so it's not going to be the city paying the costs for that, but it's still going to be carried on our budget line, so it's going to be offset by revenues and expenses, but you're going to see increase in that particular line. What we do want you to know, of course, is that it is offset by the interest that we're getting on the revenue side as well, and we're getting more in interest from our investments than the increase that we're receiving on the increase to our debt payments. Particularly because, and I think we still need to, as Sheila said, dial this in exactly as to how this can be used, but none of the agreements that we've received with the province so far specify usage of interest revenue, and so you saw the, I don't know, 890 or whatever the figure was this year, but it'll be potentially substantially higher this year, and we'll have an opportunity to use that to support other initiatives, and will certainly offset the increases in our debt payments.
Okay, and then down on the bottom of the sheet is just the principal payments. And so we do our accounting, it's a bit different than those of you that might be familiar with regular business accounting, because for all the reporting for the province and stuff, we deal on a cash basis. But our financial statements under PSAP are on an accrual basis. So, which is why we have the funds, the fund accounting, because we have to always constantly be reconciling between the two. And so our statements are a little more involved than a traditional business statement and financial. When you see the financials, it's so at the bottom is the adjustment so that we can tie our statements together. Because as far as the province is concerned, we would write off our principal payments every year, but it's technically a balance sheet transaction, not an income statement transaction. So that's why it seems a little convoluted, if anybody's looking and wondering why. Transfer to reserves is a bit higher than what we had budgeted, and that's just at the end of the year we've moved some things in. Transfer from reserves is a little bit lower because we had budgeted to take money out of reserves for projects, and some of those projects didn't go ahead this year for a number of reasons, and so that money is still sitting in the reserves. And and that I talked about the proceeds from borrowing, and then the transfer from surplus. It doesn't look like it's going to be required this year to balance the budgets or balance the financials. So that's where we're at on the financials.
One other point to add here, for what you'll see in the final version of these and where you'll notice a variance, we've got a big difference in capital expenditures. Again, it's almost entirely explained by Vote Street not going, but what I will say is a lot of the recovery projects that we ran weren't actually budgeted in 2022, and so you'll find that the capital expenditure line is going to increase significantly when we add in the recovery plan, but it's not going to show up on the budget side because they weren't initially budgeted projects anyways. So that number is going to get a whole lot closer, but not for the reason it looks like. That 8-point-some-odd million for Vote Street is still the primary explainer there. And when that capital expenditure line does increase in the final version after adding in a bunch of the recovery projects, it'll narrow the gap, but just wanted you to understand why that's going to see a big jump when the budget line won't.
There you go. Okay. Does that make sense to everybody? Any questions? Or I think you guys all have my email address, so if you have any questions, like if you leave and you have a question, feel free to email me, and I can, if it's quick, I can respond. If it's something I think everybody will benefit from, I'll just respond to the group. It's not an election year, so I don't have to worry too much about giving information to one councillor over the other. Stressful times. Okay, so next on our agenda, we'll just take a look at our reserve and surplus policy, and I just have to pull it up here. I thought I had it open.
Can I just make one other point
Sure.
back on the financial plans?
Do you want me to bring it up?
Yeah, if you would.
Okay.
So going back to what had been discussed at one of the lunch and learn sessions as to where our kind of break-even point is for infrastructure, does council recall that figure that we want to be allocating to our capital plan in order to have the break-even on infrastructure deficit? So I won't belabor it. It's in and around the $7 million mark. We're still going to be refining this after adjusting for CPI and other factors. But what you can see is our surplus for last year was 3.6. We ended up doing 2.08 of capital expenditures. And again, I'm going to want to say that for addressing old infrastructure alone, I'm not talking any new projects, for addressing old infrastructure, that number really ought to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 7, if we want to be chopping this down. So our surplus is insufficient, of course, to cover that 7, unless we are able to get some very heavy grant leverage, which oftentimes you can get, but you will also find that oftentimes it's only for new infrastructure. And so when you put in a new active transportation path at 70% grant funding, I'm not saying you don't do it, but that's not reducing your infrastructure deficit. It is ultimately going to be adding to that equation. It's when you get grants that allow you to do some form of capital replacement where that really makes gains. So I just want to highlight that for you, that we had that 3.6 surplus, and that's good. We're not complaining about that. It isn't sufficient to be able to fund the level of replacement that we want, especially because I have a funny feeling that the grant tap is about ready to get turned off here. And so we're going to need to do a little bit more of this internally than I think that what we've seen over the course of the last year. So just wanted to flag that for you as part of the framework for this discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's part of that balancing act as to what you, when you're setting tax rates, for sure.
Eventually, tap turned off yesterday. That's the reverse.
Yeah.
We'll see what 2023, 2024 looks like.
I'm just bear with me for a second. I gotta pull up the surplus policy. I thought I had it. You guys have it all in front of you anyway, right? What page is it in the, you have the agenda? I have a separate copy somewhere. I thought I had pulled up everything.
Temperature wise, are you guys all better now? Getting better? You still feel cold?
I'm surviving.
It is cool in here.
Okay. I was a little bit timid the first time around.
Just the sauna.
Oh, dude, there's more people like me. That's what I like to hear.
There you go.
To keep you awake, not for you to sleep.
I'm awake, I slept.
So this policy is fairly new. It was brought in by by Wayne, who filled my position after me. It was definitely something I talked about a lot, that we needed to get it done. And you'll see I will be bringing back more, referring to it more as we clean up the year end and figure out what we're going to do with how we're going to allocate if there's any excess money, which there will be some. And we'll come to council for a recommendation on where they want it, how they want to see it, rather than just letting it roll into the general surpluses. Surpluses, it's a hard word to say. So There's a number of different reserves, and I have I can pull it up on the screen, actually, that's what I'll pull up is a better picture as we've got this. Like that. So what we just looked at, it showed an operating surplus at the bottom of the statement. So then at year end, we'd be looking at where we'd move that into, how much we'd leave in an accumulated surplus, and then how much we would designate. And some of that depends on how the surplus was obtained. We'll see probably surpluses on the fire department because if they've had some increase in revenue because they've expanded their area and agreements with Trans Mountain. So that money probably would likely be put in, and then the extra surplus that we have from the RCMP, rather than just letting it roll into regular surpluses, which has happened in the past, that can be allocated directly to the reserve, RCMP reserve fund. And this policy also sets out what would be kind of best practices for a minimum level and then what would be a maximum level. So if you've got it full to what they've specified as a maximum level, then any other money could just go into the regular surpluses. Because it's like for the RCMP, the minimum level there it's recommending is that it be 10% to the nearest $50,000. So it's about $4 million, I think, for the RCMP contract. So that would be, so if we if we had 10% aside, that would cover any unforeseen circumstances. Or if you wanted to increase your officers down the road, you could do it without a big tax increase. You've probably heard in the news a lot, places like Lake Country, they just hit the magic number in the census and had to take on the RCMP costs, and they're faced with a huge tax increase. And that came up, that grew because of the fact that Lake Country doesn't have the speculation tax in there, that their growth was way over anything they expected it to be, and they just didn't even have time to really prepare for it because it just came. Yeah. Sean.
Thanks, Merritt. I wanted to speak to this for just a moment. Does council have a good understanding of how RCMP gets funded between municipalities and the province generally? So the really short version is up to community size of 4,999, it's provincially funded. You don't pay. So if you're in a 100-mile house, you're not paying, like the municipality isn't paying for RCMP.
It shows up as a line on your property tax notice, I think, at RCMP. It's a provincial.
And yeah,
but it's significantly less.
Like orders of magnitude less, where you are between 5,000 and 14,999. Those are called your 70-30 communities. So municipalities pay 70% of the cost, province pays 30. After 15,000 up, it's a 90-10 split on RCMP costs. So Kamloops, all these other communities are going to be 90-10. We actually just had a good discussion with one of the policy people at the RCMP side about this, because what you often see is that there are a whole bunch of communities that tends to stay in population right around this 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 number, have troubles breaking through to the 12, 13 number, and once they do, they tend to catapult up to the next one where they sort of languish for a while. And so it's interesting to look at how the RCMP policy might actually be changing population growth statistics in our province as a whole, because again, you look at the amount of revenue that the city of Merritt is paying. We collect $9.2 million in taxes, and like Sheila indicated here, if just shy of 4 million of that is going to RCMP every year, it gives you a good sense as to what's going out the door. And so municipalities are kind of free to grow up until that 5,000 mark, and then all of a sudden you are having a heck of a time meeting infrastructure deficit demands and other things. You're always behind the 8 ball because you're heavily funding on RCMP side. And then once you do break through to like the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 numbers, you've got much smaller, your RCMP detachment size might need to increase by 10%, but your population is increased by 40%. And so the actual percentage allocated goes down right up until you hit that new split mark again. And so we just sort of raised this, and I'm going to flag this as this might be something that council wants to again address. It's been done at UBCM before, so this isn't a new issue, but in terms of kind of equitability and how this affects growth curve for municipalities, maybe pushing a re-look at how that metric works would be sensible. Is it going to get a lot of traction because it's a really, really big issue and it's complicated? I can't guarantee, but I do know that you just look at the raw numbers of places. There aren't tons of communities that have populations of 12,000. They grow, but there's a lot that are in that 6,000, 7,000 range because they're paying an awful lot to run RCMP services. And so just keep that in mind for your policy discussions. And if we do end up having a meeting at UBCM with the Solicitor General, that might be a point to raise from an advocacy perspective. Not that staff is involved with the council policy.
Yeah, and once you hit the 15,000 above mark, you're at risk for other variable expenses. If you have a significant murder investigation or anything, the cities are on the hook for that too. So it's so there's a more fluctuation for sure. But I don't think we have to worry about Merritt hitting that level for a while. We don't even have the land base problem.
So Sean, when we had the issue with the SWAT teams coming up, that is a city expense when they're here, correct?
I'm just going to leave this on. Is that okay, or does it ruin the sound quality? Okay. It is a city expense for the first 48 hours. So we cover overtime costs of both City of Merritt police as well as external police forces for their first 48 hours of being here, after which it hits a provincial collator after that. So when we got our overtime report this go around, I think there was something like 52 different RCMP officers that we paid overtime for in period 11 of, which corresponds, I think, to November of last year. So we do cover those overtime costs, and last year it wasn't insignificant. I think it ended up being the ones that were paid to non-Merritt officers. It was in the neighborhood of $120,000. So.
Yeah, it gets a little blurry, and it would be worth having somebody come in from RCMP from the finance side to present to council, because it's not super clear. Because a lot of that, like, we don't pay for the extra equipment or anything. We pay for wages is basically what we're paying for, and accommodation. So we pay a share of the building for down there, and a little bit for equipment. But it should be. It would be worth having somebody come in to talk about that stuff, because like they brought in a SWAT team and all that, and all the equipment that's not covered. Like we don't have those. It's just the overtime. But it's interesting. But all the costs from the detachment here go into Area E, and then a lot of that gets averaged out, or is it area? They call it Area E or Division E? Division E. E Division. E Division. There you go. I'm rusty. Go into E Division, and then that gets pooled, and then it gets distributed. The costs get distributed on a per member basis out over the pool as well too. It's my understanding, but it would be good to have somebody come and clarify.
Just the comments from some of the community people that have talked to me is they're very happy with whatever we have to pay with what's going on. They're seeing a change. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are happy to see the change. I guess the one house that was really bad, the landlord has thrown them out and is redoing it and only allowing people with jobs back in. So no one has complained that there's an extra cost. I don't think we would get any complaint whatsoever.
Yeah, that's good.
Is that something that council would like to see, is have someone from, it'd probably be Finance E Division, come out and make that presentation? That would be of value to council?
Yes.
Okay, we can make that request.
I think it would be good, just so, and then council can answer the questions when people are asking out on the street when they see a big police presence.
Yeah, let's see what we can do there.
Yeah. So that's RCMP. We have an insurance and legal reserve fund, which is just to offset possible deductibles and stuff coming up. General capital reserve fund is where extra money would go for future capital projects that are just of a general nature. The Climate Action Reserve Fund was set up to contain, we used to get the carbon rebate, and now it's a climate action, something. It was CAREP, but now they've changed it.
Oh, yeah.
There's a change to it, and and there's some fairly onerous reporting, so I don't know whether the city will be getting it this year. They've, the requirement, whether we have the staffing manpower to do that reporting this year.
We found a way to do it last year. Although a lot of our answers were we'd be doing things in the next couple of years. We'll see how long.
I think this year, I'm not sure, I haven't found the actual document, but maybe the grant writer or somebody can look, because you actually have to do some estimates on your greenhouse gas emissions in the community or something, so.
I think they'll send it out in August again.
Yeah. The Airport Reserve Fund, the Aquatic Center. So basically there's one set up for every major facility. Arena Reserve Fund. The other thing about having these reserves, these were all set up through a bylaw. So you can actually, when we're doing the budget, we can budget that we want to transfer $50,000 to the airport reserve. Like, we can have that as part of the budget. You can't if it's not a reserve established by bylaw. If it's an unofficial reserve, you can't budget a transfer to it. You can choose to allocate surplus at the end of the year to an unofficial reserve, but you can't collect money and specifically target it to go into a reserve unless it's done by bylaw.
So my question in regards to the reserves is, why do we not have more reserves for things that we know that are ongoing city expenditures? I mean, road reserves, city light reserves, I know that's mentioned on one of your line items, like things that we know annually are always going to be a cost, and going forward in order to maintain infrastructure situations and things that are always going to be needed. My understanding is we can have reserve policies that are set up that say, you know, this year we put in $5,000, so every year we're going to put $5,000 into that reserve fund, so we're not at the end of the year then scrambling to try to, oh, we need to put money, we need lights this year, we need fire trucks next year, or another one would be like vehicle replacement plans. We know we have 32 vehicles that need to be replaced ongoing. We should be putting $40,000 a year into that in order to maintain what we have. So I'm curious why there aren't more reserves set up.
Yeah. That's just it's a choice kind of, but there are, like, we have the general capital reserve, which could cover a lot. When you do the bylaw, you specify what that reserve can be used for, and that's why you can transfer into so you don't want to have too many that are too specific, because otherwise the money kind of gets stuck in there. You know, it requires a lot to move it out.
Yeah, I do want to add as well that I think it's important that we break out kind of two separate challenges here, because in a lot of cases we actually do have the reserve fund set up. What we don't have is anything in them to actually have them functioning the way they were intended to be used. So, for example, if you use the Roman numeral 9 here, there is a transportation infrastructure reserve fund. The next one you kind of referred to, number 10, was equipment acquisition and replacement reserve fund. So it's not that the funds haven't been established, it's that we aren't in a practice of A, having funds in them and actually regularly budgeting to them, which I can say, when we brought this in, that was the intent for both 2021, then again in 2022 and 2023, and there's always been some reason why, oh gosh, we're doing things by our bootstraps and we don't have the ability to change really how we're budgeting overall, so that everything that is of a general transportation infrastructure nature is getting put into that particular fund, and then you're drawing from that fund in order to run those projects. So it might be a $900,000 allocation at the start of the year, and hopefully you've got 800,000 in projects and you've got another 100,000 that's left over at the end of the year. Maybe we see next year there's no projects that are running from there, but we still want to fund it another 50,000 for the day they do. We need to get to that place with budgeting, and we're just not.
So then is it a question of, and I'm a huge supporter of reserve funds. I think when operating properly, they can help the city significantly get to where they need to be. And I often, unfortunately, I look at projects as nice to haves, should haves, and, you know, in order to keep a city operational, you know, roads, education, the main infrastructure, those become the priority then. So just looking at this, and just, I guess, a discussion point for council is whether the reserve funds are set up, if we have enough reserve funds set up, and that when we go forward in the budget discussions, it's our fiscal responsibility to make sure we have these funds going to the right accounts going forward. And sometimes it's not always, you know, it's great to see things we want to have in our community, but it's also our responsibility to make sure we have the things that we have to have in our community. Yeah. So Greg just brought up the backup for the bylaw that establishes all these reserves.
2301. So this existing reserves that we have were established by bylaw 2301. That's the most recent time we passed establishment bylaws. And so this schedule was a part of that, and it established all of these bylaws, all of these reserve funds for various purposes.
So just a quick question from somebody who's not really a financial guru at all. Councillor Newman brings up a good point, and I remember in 2010, 2011, we started putting little dribs and drabs in these reserve funds, but we always managed to grab them out for something else. Mm-hmm. These reserve funds, let's say we put, as Councillor Newman said, 5,000 in each one, we can grab those out. Are they specific for that item in that reserve, or can they be, not that I want to draw out from them, because I'm on the same deal as, I'm the kind of guy that believes in a rainy day. Yeah. So I would like to see a start to put something in the reserves. But I'm just wondering if we do, are we like locked in and that's where it is until we need it? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, that's why when the reserves were established by that bylaw, if you look at that, and we can send that out for them to council, that bylaw that shows the specifics, it's pretty broad so that you can pull it out for anything kind of the transportation one, anything roads related. So, I mean, you could probably even justify your street lighting, you know, things like that. So it's there, but and we have, there has been a change made in the way we're accounting. If you look at last year's budget, there was a lot of the projects were, rather than just being funded from surplus, were being funded from reserves. What was missing was the connection once a year end was done last year, was the transfers weren't made into the reserves. So this year, just to continue it, we've set up, Norman and I have set up in our year-end entries, we've moved the money into the reserve, and then we've funded the capital out of the reserve, just so that line is working to do it. But ideally, you would be doing, say, just for example, you would be putting 100,000 into a reserve and maybe only drawing out 50 for projects. So as part of the budget process, right? So that's...
So I guess in a way, I mean, I'll beg council's indulgence here. Let's say we go through the whole budget and we're happy and everybody's happy. Could we revisit at the end where we know our money's going and look at the surpluses and then start to talk about reserve?
For sure. And once the financial statements are done, like the last year's statements are done, we can come back to, the finance department can come back to council, whoever's here, if it's me, if it's Norman or somebody new, they can come back and say to council, we had a surplus of 500,000, we would like a recommendation or a resolution from you that we're going to allocate it across the reserves this way, rather than just leaving it in the surplus. So there's lots of opportunity for council now that this has been established to do that. It's just, since it's been established, the world kind of went sideways, so it's...
Ready.
All I wanted to add there too is that because we have had no money, it didn't, I mean, yeah, it's nice to see that all these reserve funds are set up, but to allocate them and keep, that's just, you're making more work. Just leave them in the general until we know that we have funds to put into these reserve funds.
Yep, that's a valid point. The other side of the argument is if you have a certain level of funding that you want to put into your reserves, even if you're not spending that on a capital project that year, then it's going into the reserve. So some year when you don't want to, because in the past we've used the surplus to balance the tax, and this way you can draw on the reserve. So then you have more consistent taxation, and just gives a bit more security. So it's just another tool in your toolbox for council to consider.
Yeah, and just to elaborate with Councillor Egan's point, it's for me, myself at least, when I look at it, it's like you in a community always are going to know that you need to have your sidewalks repaired. You are going to need to annually put in, there's lights, if you don't touch them for 10 years, guess what? We're all of a sudden going to have a $600,000 bill and not a $100,000 bill. So sometimes there's just projects that if we strategically get them placed and in the books, we know that next year we're going to take out $10,000 and we're going to update that street's worth of lights or that street's worth of sidewalks, so that all of a sudden we don't get a $2.2 million project. There's a lot, I don't know, to me it's always been something that, you put money in your savings account every month, that we hope that one day we're going to have a big expenditure. We know it's coming. Fire truck example. If we don't start putting money towards it now, we are going to be looking at these situations where it's like, yep, guess we're going to be borrowing $2.5 million this year to get that job done. So just consideration.
Well, I agree with some of those points because of where interest rates and whatnot has been. We've used MFA for the financing, which is more attractive than any bank, and typically it's worked out well because we need to have some reserve funding for big capital projects as well. A lot of them being grant funded, we have to have enough in reserves to pay our 20%, whatever the amount is. So we have to be careful to make sure we leave enough money in the general fund as well. And in the past, where Councillor Newman was saying about projects and having things, we do that. It's funded out of the general right now, but it would be nice to see more reserves, and hopefully we get there because of things that have happened the last couple of years. But this will be an interesting year. I mean, seeing return on investment income line being a lot higher than what we budgeted 8 times or 7 times was quite a shock.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're going to pay some interest on debt, and even with the local area service agreement, I think we're still in the 40-ish range of our total TDS that we're allowed. So I think we're in good shape. But it's interesting to see, because I agree, we do need to put money in reserves, and we have been doing that because we have our sewer infrastructure and water, but for the roads, we don't have I don't think we have road, but that generally comes out of general fund, does it not?
Yeah, it comes out of the general fund, but we do have a transportation reserve, which we just haven't been. The other thing, I'm not sure if council's aware that the city can borrow money for up to 5 years without going out to the public, but if they wanted to borrow money for anything long-term, say if you wanted to buy a new fire truck and you wanted to fund it over 10 years, you have to go to the public.
Referendum
or the alternative approval process, which we did for the fire hall. So you have to go to the public, and a lot of people aren't aware of that because it's not required in other provinces, but it is in BC. So that's where a lot of the debt funding issues come from, or
I just want to make a recommendation. So at the end of this, like you said, when you come back to it, how far we're going to get on funding all of these various reserves, that's going to be your call. But I would really recommend that you find a way to fund the financial stabilization reserve at the very least, because I'll give you some situations where, as staff, this provides a lot of value. For example, we tend to set the budget for snow removal at an average year level. That's probably the right level to set the budget at. But what happens when you have crazy, not average year, you end up wildly blowing your budget in that particular area. I'll say the same for with what's done with RCMP stabilization. Okay, we have a year like we had where we're paying significantly more overtime costs because of this. Is there a way to absorb that without it ultimately leading to increases in taxation? Much like what happened with that retroactive payment. Because of where we budgeted, we're going to be okay, but there are lots of items like that where you want to budget it at what I'm going to call the right level, and then different things happen and it's going to come in over that. You don't want to have it where you can't do the thing, jeopardize the project, accomplish the work. And so having some stabilization reserves funded, even if we're primarily going to be continuing the model of going right from surplus to fund projects and not throwing the reserves in between, I do think that getting something into these stabilization reserves is really going to be sensible for council. So trying to find a way to do that at the least, and if you can do more, great. But I think that would be a good approach for you this year.
Okay. Has anybody else got any other questions or discussion on the reserve surplus? So we will try, as we bring the budget in to present, we'll see if there's room, and we'll definitely talk about the surplus and allocating it to reserves once we have a better handle on the financials and how that all falls out.
You just hit the statutory reserves and the difference between those. Sheila.
Oh, yes, statutory reserves. We do have some reserves. If you look at our financial statement, there are some reserves that we are required by law to have. And they are DCCs,
Parkland acquisition.
Parkland acquisition. Yeah, if somebody gives us money for parks in lieu of giving us parkland when we do a development, then that has to go in a reserve account. Also, if the city sells any property, that has to go into a land sale account that has to be maintained only for purchasing more land. We can't really sell property to operate the city.
That's right. And I think that with that, understanding that a big part of the reason why I'm actually grateful for this, DCCs always fall in a different place in your financial plan. They're accounted for differently. And I just really want to flag for council that we don't get to use that except for the purposes for which they're collected. And even then, it's really for new infrastructure that's identified in the bylaw. It's never for a replacement purpose. You might end up using some of those funds as part of a replacement project, but it's only going to be a partial amount of the funds to upsize the pipes, widen the roads, whatever's necessary to facilitate that development. And so it looks like, because we have a fairly healthy DCC balance right now, sure, it would be lovely to pull that over into other areas, but it is its own beast, and once we complete the DCC bylaw and functionally unlock those funds again through completable projects, we'll be able to get that done. But it's always going to take some form of matching contribution from some of these other reserves or the general reserves. It could be water and sewer, I suppose, as well. But just don't be tempted when you see that line on there to say, we've got all this money here, let's put it to Vote Street. That'll solve the problems. It's just not something that's available with that particular fund.
So is everybody on council familiar what DCC is and does? Because when I first came on, I was not. So
it's another acronym that you don't know. Yeah.
So just make sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody's mind.
Yeah.
Right? That's the first question I get asked. Yeah.
What's that?
You guys will be heroes when Vote Street.
Oh,
Vote Street's on everybody's mind.
Yeah. It's a good example of how something can go wrong very quickly. Like anybody in the know knew that this was going to happen. We've had roads master plans and things, but it seemed to be doing okay. But when it goes south, it goes really fast. Yeah.
So what is being done to prevent that from happening again?
That's why the whole thing's going to be redundant.
Everybody,
Pipes, everything.
all the way along the bench?
Sean, do you want to close it, or do you?
So I can speak to what we are designing right now, and there's options and costing that we're still working through. But so initially what we'd had was a full scope project that was going to replace from where the Well, thank you so much. You rescued me on the street name. From Blackwell up to River Ranch Road, that was going to include 2 different roundabouts, as well as retopping it, putting in new water, sewer. There was an active transportation component of that, and then improving the drainage to get to the city's stormwater system that's in Central Park, between Central Park and Rotary Park. So really full scoped project on that. Where we weren't successful in getting the big grant, that was a $9 million project in late 2021 dollars, and so realistically without that major grant we're not going to be able to run the same project, and so we're looking at different ways to break that down, but still not, we have to do something with Vote Street. And so what we will likely propose is taking the 2.89 that we received from the Growing Communities Fund, supplementing that with funds from the Water and Sewer Reserve, because we are much better capitalized in those areas. So we'll take the water sewer components of the project, which I think are coming in somewhere maybe in the neighborhood of 1.3, 1.4, and combining that with the 2.89 to get to a $4 million worth of funding on that side, and then we might have to pull 1 million from general. You happened to see a convenient 1 million operating surplus on that last line, and put together a project that we're exploring a few different things right now, but maybe what we do is we drop the roundabouts for the interim and redo the entire length. Maybe we do half the area up to Grimmett, including a roundabout, but there's still some land acquisition things that would need to be worked out there to acquire the necessary land for that roundabout. So we'll be going through that process either way, but there needs to be a project done sooner rather than later, and so we don't want anything delayed there. Looking at a few other permutations as well, and then we'll be bringing back that costing information. Ultimately, we're kind of hoping to land on something in a $5 million range that is going to allow for an overhaul of Vote Street. So I don't want to overspeak because I want to see engineered costings, not back of the napkin costings on this, but we are going to be advancing a plan that is going to see Vote Street redone properly.
I think what you'll see, Dan, is this will be a multi-year project. We'll go so far 1 year, move to the next for the roundabout. And so it will be, it'll be something that we continue to work on.
Well, if you don't have a roundabout, you definitely have to put a light there because there's going to be an accident.
Just things that we can all work on.
Yeah, the signalization is not cheap for that, and you have to widen things significantly as well, so we might run into some of the same challenges. So I do want to add that it's not, when we're saying that, it's not saying it's coming out forever. It would be phasing this, and again, we're still going to need to go for grant funding for a lot of these. It's just what's going to be the most appealing project to pull out and still be successful with grant funding. One of our considerations is that on preliminary discussion, if all we do is leave out 2 intersections, that's going to be harder to grant fund than half of the project, but we're having the conversations right now that is going to lead to being able to do something. Independent of that, we are going to have some form of temporary repair for what's there. I know that feels like good money after bad, that sucks, but at the same time, it would also suck to go another 8 months with doing what people are doing. So we'll get some form of cold mix, or we will do one step further than that but not make it the grade A job to get that across the road so that we can do the bigger project 4, 5, 6 months from now.
So the one thing that concerns me also is the liability factor. We're going to have somebody on a motorbike go down on that stretch, and it's going to happen sooner or later. It almost happened the other night. I was behind somebody that just about lost it. So there's a liability question that we have to address here fairly quickly, because and bigger units coming through town with the RV tearing their black water tanks off. I mean, it's a situation that has to be looked at quickly.
And I was also wondering, there was some suggestion that there was conversations between the provincial government, because it was formerly a provincial highway. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's a great cautionary tale. I wasn't around, so I'm not going to be overly critical. I will say that anytime you are going to assume an asset, you need to make sure that that asset is in good condition, and ideally that there's some funds for ongoing maintenance and replacement. It's always going to be a negotiation, and again, I wasn't in the room, but I don't know if we inherited a grade A asset even the day we did it, and that's just my opinion as an outside viewer.
When did the city take that over?
Late 90s, early 2000s when
okay.
the discussion happened and the actual transfer. I don't have the specific date, but
Yeah.
Adam might know.
It's a
long time ago.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. It's a lesson learned when you're dealing with MODI or any cost shared things, is to make sure you have it documented for
I
sure.
was in 2008, and it was already a done deal 5 years when I got here in 2008.
Yeah.
So, and there was not really a lot of discussion, from my understanding from talking to Harry Croker. It was, here you go, this is it, thanks, bye, and that was it.
Yeah.
It was done.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
When I worked at this is just an aside, when I was working for the District of Clearwater and they were newly incorporated, they didn't take over the roads for the first 5 years. And then we took them over after 5 years, and then we're responsible for maintaining the roads within the boundaries, which ironically has more, Clearwater with 2,500 people has more kilometers of roads than Merritt does. We took over all these roads, but MODI and the contractors didn't spend any maintenance money in the 5 years from the time we incorporated so they had to fight, and we got several $1 million in order to bring some of the roads up. But it was, so it's inter-party, we have to be on top of things.
Just a question of staff, knowing that this project has been on the books for however long, and that it is a priority not only of this council but previous councils, what is the ETA on these reports? Like you mentioned, 5 or 6 months having this done. But
we're planning a project for this year. You guys are going to have a project to consider for this budget for this year.
That was the question I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, it's on the list.
So when we're saying we're doing it, we're kind of trying to cut things to something that can be done this year as well, so that we can get you something that is going to meet the needs of the public and be fiscally responsible.
how's the land acquisition going?
We had gone down the path starting in 2021, but because some of this was contingent on funding, trigger didn't get pulled, so we have to revisit some of these agreements. Those conversations have started again. Part of this as well is contingent on a subdivision of another parcel, because there needs to be a dedication of municipal roadway. So I just think that the lead time on that is not going to be conducive to getting something done this year, which is why I suspect that even if we were able to come up with the funds to do the Walters intersection, the Grimmett intersection, I'm not convinced we're going to be able to get done this year if we were if that's council's aim. So I think that we might just run the corridor through and not be doing infrastructure, or not be doing intersection upgrades for Grimmett at the very least. Probably true for Walters, but that's going to be a cost reason, not a timing. Walters. Blackwell isn't getting any signalization or roundabout. It was just Grimmett and Walters that were.
to plan. I think lunch is being delivered at noon, is it, Greg?
We have lunch waiting in the.
Oh, it's already there?
Whenever council.
Whenever council. Okay. Is there any other, because it's, because we want to be out right at 3, so I was thinking this might be a good time to break for lunch, but just before we do, are there any other projects or concerns that you guys are hearing in the community that you want to make sure we've caught in the budget? So now might be a good time. If you've got something.
Bridge. I would like to know more about what's in the development proposal for the airport.
For the airport?
Yes.
Yeah. See, I grabbed that example just because I don't think everybody really knows what's been planned up there and what the city has for land up there. I think it's...
That's great.
Yeah. Anything else?
So, some of the ditches that were actually filled with debris and sand, gravel from the flooding they're still full. Just wondering if they're going to be on the books to be cleared or...
Yeah. And that's probably a good thing to bring to the recovery team too, right?
Yeah, I can confirm that was a scheduled 2-year project, so that there was I think about 1/3 of the scope of work was done at the tail end of last year. I think that there's still about 2/3 to go this year. That being said, even with the work that was done, we still have, be careful how I say it, we still have some work to do to make sure that when we're doing that ditching work that we're not exacerbating different problems. And so sometimes when you come in and you make a cut and you add fill in a different area, you're actually just changing the dynamics so that you're potentially creating drainage concerns elsewhere. And so that's part of what we're mindful of, and we're kind of working with the contractor on when they complete their scope of work that is scheduled for this year. We're hopefully going to be able to be a bit more mindful with how we approach that to address general drainage concerns.
Yeah, I was just concerned with that heavy rainfall we had last August, and the ditches filled up and started overflowing people's driveways and things. So like on Hill Street, say,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, people were flooded out.
Okay, felt that pretty significantly.
I know a few people have brought to my attention, obviously, the new track, and it's probably through recovery funding though, is the new track that's going to go in, that the ground be raised prior to the construction of that this spring. Again, much like Councillor Petrosi was saying, that when in the fall and spring with the defrosting, and there was so much water covered in that entire field into the dog park. It is too low. If we are going to put a track exactly where it is right now, much like the dog park was a sheet of ice most of the winter, we spent all this money to fence all these things, and it looks great, but the fact that it is a sheet of ice for most of the winter, and then when it defrosts, it's all underwater. I think we really need to consider, prior to that track being put in, that possibly we bring in fill to make sure that it is a little bit higher than it is now, or else we're going to put a lot of money into something that is probably going to end up severely damaged again, if not in the first winter, the second winter, or subsequent winters. And I know that the community is really wanting to see that track done. It was a loss last year, and I just know it's been brought up by several different residents to myself.
Just a question. I'm no engineer, but I'm assuming there would be a drainage situation on the track going in.
Drainage plan is part of what the overall upgrade to that would include. I can say that part of what the hold up here is we've been there and back again, a full-blown hobbit's tale with the insurer on what's covered, what's not covered, and it's made it a little bit difficult to move forward with planning and what we actually are bringing forward to you, because not that we can't do things, but we might be needing to pull from different funding sources, getting alternate requests and approvals. So what we thought was, hey, we're going to be able to go ahead full steam on this. There's a decent chance that we may not get the same level of coverage. We're going to have I'm going to say that might be a discussion for a closed meeting at another time, because there's a bit of information that we might need you guys to consider on that.
Can I just ask, I don't know, Mayor Getz, you may know, was that area not designed to be for overflow from the Coldwater River? So that's one of the reasons it's low?
Yeah, well, if you walk down the trail right now, you can see where they've pulled out the retaining blocks. That was to relieve in case there was ever an ice flow in.
Yeah.
And then it was supposed to go down, you can see where the bank is.
And it goes down in between a couple houses there.
And go down through those houses. That was the plan. But that was basically it was overflow in case the river got high or there was another ice jam. Some people that you talk to say it was a bad engineering design right from start to finish. Others say it was a good idea. It's really hard to say because, to be 100% honest with you, the first time it was needed, it was during the flood in November, and it completely wiped everything out. It was totally useless, and it caused more damage down the way than it did. But again, nobody could predict what was going to happen. It wasn't being used for what it was supposed to happen. It was a flow rate that nobody ever expected.
And of course, now we're looking at doing more diking or more official diking along there, so that wouldn't be needed anymore anyway.
And you know, Councilor Newman brings up a point, like my granddaughter goes to Caldwell School between January and February. You almost needed a canoe to get into that place, and I'm not kidding. And it became dangerous. Kids were sliding all over the place, parents were falling. The playground from the entrance all the way over to the rodeo ground was a lake. It was a lake that was 2 feet high. So there is some drainage problems in those areas. And now traditionally, people that have been here a while, I mean, I don't know what it has to do with what happened, but I mean, even in my yard this year, the amount of ice that I retained in my yard this year was unbelievable. And when it melted, it was crazy. It didn't go anywhere. It just sat there. And then all of a sudden one day, it was gone. But that was that whole area, and I don't know if it's because residual groundwater that was in the ground was still causing an effect or what, but I've never seen that in that end of town before. And it was not only Vote Park, it was everywhere. And I don't know what the reason for it was. Maybe it was just an off year.
We actually had an interesting discussion with provincial folks. It really spawned around the first wave being the freezing rain wave. So it basically created a shell over the ground. Then we got a bunch of snow on top. So you'd have snow melt, goes to the bottom, hits this shell, and the shell just kept on really growing from the cold that we kept on having. And so there just really wasn't any permeation anywhere in the ground that was hit by those freezing rains. That being said, is there still a problem independent of that? We recognize that. I think that drainage in the area is going to need to be part of that overall plan.
Okay. So just before we break for lunch, I put up this slide about the utility rates. We've talked about how they haven't changed since 2019, and both water and sewer and garbage are actually running fairly well within that frame. And now with the water meters, that whole structure will be, because even your sewer rates, if the water meters, well, no, it'll be revisited for sure. Oh, sorry.
If that ever came.
If the water meters come about, yes.
What we can share with council is it's one of the other things here is we recognize that this does happen in most budget years because March tends to be grant season. There will be grants that are going to be on the final package and projects you see on the final package that you don't see on here right now because of the confidentiality requests. So as soon as we get that, we will have it in the final versions for you so that you can understand what the municipal portions, what the provincial portions would be.
Anyway, so currently, just to look at it, you pay an average homeowner pays almost $1,200 a year for water, sewer, and garbage, and so it works out to $2.25 a day. So that's pretty reasonable, I would think.
Just a question in regards to the utility rates for garbage. I know that obviously a garbage truck in a community is something that is a everyday used, heavily used vehicle at least. Do we put the garbage truck under our garbage rates when it comes to replacement, or does that get funded through the asset fleet?
The costs are attributed to the garbage to because usually we finance the purchase of a new garbage truck, and that the expenses run through the garbage, are offset against the revenue from the garbage.
So if we buy a new garbage truck,
Yes.
it would go directly through the garbage fund?
Yes, yeah, it's, if,
No need for reserve.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Well, I mean,
It comes it comes from a different.
But we finance.
yeah,
Sorry, but so we finance the truck,
yes.
but we don't,
So when you look at the finance for the garbage, you'll see the garbage revenue coming in, and that is one of the expenses. Below is the cost of financing the truck, as well as the fuel and everything. Anything that's attributable to the garbage truck is offset against that revenue.
okay.
Next question.
Yep.
I was just wondering where people are really worried about, the ice and whatnot with the year that we had freezing and rain and everything like that. I think everyone's a bit paranoid, but one of the projects that, well, it's true. Everyone's a bit nervous, right? The cleanouts for the drainage and whatnot. Maybe that's something as one of the projects, because one of the biggest thing that people had is the catch basins are getting filled, and then that's kind of filling up and then nowhere to go, and then of course it's creating a lot more backups for people. Well, not backups, but they're full so that the water isn't draining anywhere, and then of course streets are coming above the sidewalks and then the grading and whatnot. So that might be one project that I was kind of wondering if that's one thing, because that would be staff and whatnot. Because I know in my neighborhood, that's where it is that there's the ground and the grade is almost the same as the sidewalk. So the water stays, and then the catch basins, I don't know how often they're emptied out.
Okay.
But I know that there was a lot of replacement of.
I know for sure that they're looking at a couple of areas specifically for catch basin type drainage, but I don't know about the overall project, but program. But Rick can speak to that on Thursday.
That might help too. Thanks.
I just wanted to say that one of the areas I hope you're looking at is Nicola and Garcia, because last year, during some really heavy rain, it actually came up over the sidewalk, and thank God in my kitchen at the Grand, there's a step up area, and it's about that deep, and we were bailing on the inside of the building.
It's been brought up before a million times, and I'll throw, we've always started to promise Collettville filling in those ditches at some point in time, and we've done it and then not done it, and said it and not done it, and said it and not done it. And I'm just wondering if we could just approach that with some sort of a review or a number, not promising anything, but at some point I would like to see those ditches, or we would like to see those ditches.
Ditches filled or turned into a proper, I think the other way around, like an actual stormwater management program. Okay, I thought that's what we were saying.
Sean, I think it's been going on for so long. Originally, the idea was to fill in the ditches because that was what was done, and now it's greener to have actual ditches.
Yeah. So
it's been around for so long, but I think there was a plan.
There is.
We actually announced it.
Yeah.
There was a 2016, 2017 document that was done up. It was I want to say it was 5 phases. Back in those dollars, it was 8-point-some-odd million project. And so if council, we've got that on a list for potential funding. It isn't at the highest end, but again, this is where I think it's going to be important for us to get these projects in front of council for you guys to be able to determine ultimately an infrastructure priority funding list so that we know what you want us to be doing for applications.
And if I remember correctly, the discussion at the time was who was going to pay for it. If you could get a grant funding for a large portion of it, would it be the residents in the area paying for it? Would it be citywide? Like, would it be a local service area? And I think that's kind of where it got hung up.
That's correct.
But
exactly right. But we can bring that forward so you guys have knowledge of the plan and want to kind of provide some direction as to where that fits in.
I think maybe even at the open house, if we just kind of touched on it with the price tag below it, people would realize you're serious, this is what it's going to cost you. I mean, it's something I think we need to look at some point.
And that is another thing just to keep in mind of what we want to talk to at the open house and because if you're asking the public for input, it's got to be stuff that you know you're going to be able to work on or advance, because otherwise they'll just quit coming. And so anything like that, that's, you know, if we've got information that we can put out there that helps with the discussion in the community, then let's dig it up and get Kim working on stirring up some interest.
We didn't know what for instance, but sooner or later in this 4 years, it's going to come up.
The classic example of an open house, and I don't know if I've mentioned this to council before, was years ago. I remember being in an open house and we were talking and we had people coming in. We had about 45 people come to that one. Yeah. And we had all these people came in. It was fantastic. And we had the roads master plan and everything. And they were always asked, they were all from Prana, and they were asking about having the road done. I think you were probably on council at the time. And they, their road, and we're all saying, well, you know, it's not an arterial, it's not a collector, it's not a vote street, like it's a local service road. But everybody on that street came out, spoke their piece, and their road got done. Yeah. So it's the value of getting it.
It's a cheese grade.
Yeah. Yeah, but they've got sidewalks on both sides. Yes, I was talking to Rick Green, the new director of engineering and stuff. He said, I wondered about that. And I said, that's exactly what happens. And that's just a good example of getting out and talking. And you can make progress by speaking to the right people and doing that. Yeah. Yeah, because I think Armstrong was probably way higher up on the list.
It was.
And it still hasn't been done, so, yeah. So encourage people to get out.
I'm impressed. Yeah, you're using that as a good example. I normally don't use that one as a good example.
Oh, no, but
Good example for why you should come to budget meetings. That's a good point.
Yeah.
For me, I'm thinking,
This is such a switch for me, because usually I'm the one reminding people, turn your mics on, turn your mics off, so it's nice to have somebody else doing that. So tax scenarios. So this is the most recent assessments numbers, which are the revised numbers, which came out effective today. Norm was getting them yesterday afternoon. And the mill rate that I have here is last year's mill rate and last year's multiples. So if we just left everything the same, we would collect $10,715,000 in taxes. But depending on if your house price went up 30%, then you'd be paying 30% more taxes. And for some reason, it's totally, I'm drawing a blank as to what. Do you know what the average increase was for BC assessment, for the assessment?
I think like 11 or something.
11?
It was quite a bit for people.
Yeah.
I know mine last year.
I think I was surprised that it went up more than I thought for Merritt. 14%. 14%.
It was
quite a bit.
Okay.
I was actually assessed twice.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I was assessed before the flood,
Mhm.
I was assessed after the flood.
Oh, okay. So hopefully you're paying on the after.
It went up 14%.
Wow. I had 29 installments.
Merritt did?
Yeah.
Average increase?
Yeah.
Oh.
423 to 418, based on median values.
In 2020.
For the average house?
That was the previous year.
Oh, yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Okay, anyway, so that would generate an overall 18.6% more in taxes. So, I mean, I'm not suggesting that that's what you need to do, we definitely could find reserves in places. We've talked about all the places we could stash extra money, but we will bring a more thorough thing where we can actually look at what it would be, the impact would be on a house. But I'll just go down below here and show you. This is where you can calculate. I've kind of changed the formula a bit here. And I've using the same multiples that we've used in the last year. If we wanted to collect $99.5 million, that would be the new mill rate at 3.49. So it would be a little bit less than the other mill rates. So you would still get some more money, but and it's just options. So those are the things that we can change, is the mill rate, or we can change the multiple. And what the multiple does, it changes the distribution amongst the classes. But we haven't had any real significant changes this year between the classes. So the multiples probably are fairly reasonable.
So Sheila, I don't know if you remember in the past, when we would meet, we would always have a percentage that we would like to be around or not go over.
Yeah, and that's what I was hoping we would discuss today.
Yeah.
And see what you guys feel comfortable with, or if you want me to bring back for Thursday or email out to you some scenarios as to what looks good.
Thank you. Sean?
Yeah, I just wanted to add as well that recognizing what you have this year it is different, in that ordinarily what we would have is a 2023 draft budget that's got the top line revenue with the expenses based on a list of projects, and there's a number that you guys feel you need to get it to. You're going to cut projects until you get to whatever that number is. To some degree, we still want to provide you with that experience. It's not happening at the first meeting of budget this go around, and so we are kind of inviting you to provide scrutiny on projects and start creating a bit of a priority list of when that time does come, when it comes to putting this into the model. Because I can tell you right now, if you're just looking at the raw tax impact, additively here, the operational requests came to an additional like 11.59 in funding. And then the capital take with a grain of salt, because there's lots of different ways to fund that. Some of it might potentially be grant, and I think that will change significantly. But that figure was what, 6 16.
Yeah, it's on the bottom of the
Yeah,
sheet.
so the short of it is you're going to cut projects from these lists. And we need you to know that you are going to cut projects from these lists. And when it comes to the overall decision-making and what you want to get to, there's always a bit of a hybrid approach. You've got the purist, we'll just do the projects we need and let the tax rate be what it is. And well, there's nothing wrong with that, but I think that it's often kind of blended against, all right, there's a range that we sort of need to fall into here, and let's arrange the best possible set of projects, operational changes, etc., that is going to lead to that targeted range. What we're largely hoping for here is if council has in your heads a targeted range, in circumstances where knowing that inflation is not a fake thing this year, across the board on lots of different lines, we're going to be up operationally. If there's a number that you say, hey, it just can't be any higher than this, that might help us in prioritizing for you what goes and doesn't go.
Would council like to have that discussion now or later? Or? I'll be 100% honest, I wanted to stay below 5%. I mean, I would love to see it equally between 3.5 to 5, but I think anything higher than that starts to cause issues. So, I mean, that's just me. Oh, sorry.
I think something like starting at a number like 5 is reasonable, especially if you look at the mill rate. In 2018, we were at 5.32, and I think for 2019, 5.17, down to 4.68. Last year at 3.94. And then if we have 3.49 for this year, looking at the 14% average increase, it might kind of not be so bad. Maybe a little higher for some homes that went up 20%, maybe a little less if your house only went up 11%. I think it's reasonable if we can take a look at some of the projects. I mean, with 11,000 in project requests, it's a lot.
11 million.
Yeah. I think it's reasonable. Thank you.
Councillor Newman?
Yeah, I mean, as a starting point, I would like to agree with both the mayor and Councillor Etchart. I'm just curious if that figure included the cost of living adjustments or anything like that, or is that just straight project-based percentages?
Those are just the extra supplementals above the contracted increases. The contracted increases, because like for wages, and it's not our whole budget, it's not, so I'm trying to think, I've got it in there, but I was just going to pull in some grant stuff, so I haven't got the total change. I should have that for you Thursday to see what it is, just the base budget.
Yeah, the staff side changes are ranging between 2 and 3.5% to give you feel for where we're landing.
And then fuel is the other big increase, right?
Yeah, lots of the supplies.
Yeah.
Like you'll notice it in supplies and any contractors that we use for anything.
But I'll be honest with you, I'm just not really totally firm on the number right now, but I was pleasantly surprised it wasn't as significant as I thought it would be for some of our expenses, so, but we will see.
So Sheila, and I hate hearkening back to the past, but I remember when we used to do a spreadsheet live, as we made changes, we would run across, and that would change our percentage as we moved up and down, which gave us a clearer picture of where we wanted to be. And after we went through the redlined items and stuff like that. So are we going to be kind of doing something like that again?
Yes,
okay, good. Thank you.
Do that for sure. And I'm just quickly giving you a calculation here on. Oh, forgot I stepped in this formula. That's a pretty big tax bill.
In terms of setting direction, Sheila, one question that I have, and whether we're doing this later or not, you can let me know, is I think going through some of the service level increase items to get a sense from council, like, is this important? Is this something that you want to see? Because we've got the inflationary increases, and if there's service level increases on top of that, they're often the ones that really do change the game numbers wise. And so getting a sense, we talked a little bit about the social planner and other things like that. Getting a sense from council as to where you're wanting to see some of those service level increases or not see those increases, so that we can bring that back might help. Because a lot of the other ones are increases just to maintain the current service levels, and they're marked that way under the priority section on this sheet as CSL, and if it's a service level increase, it's SLE. So,
yeah, if it's a or service level expansion. So if you look on the, just in this, sorry for my quick notes here, but in a house, $400,000 last year would have paid $1,576.80 in municipal tax. This doesn't include the transit tax, but we'll just leave it out for this purpose. And then if it went up 14%, it would be worth $456,000 this year. And using this scenario over here, this is what we had budgeted for basically in the 5-year plan for 2023, was roughly $9.7 million from the municipal. When you look at the budget, it's a bit higher, but it's got transit tax in there as well. So it would be $1,627. So a difference of $50.50.
Sheila, is that with the last 25% coming off of Nikola Clean Power or not? For the additional tax revenue? Because it's like 250 or no, 170,000 bucks.
Yeah, I had that. Did it increase the utility class?
We'll make
we
sure
talked about that last time, and I can't. It didn't retain. I think it still is this is the last year for it.
Yeah, we have one more where it gets bumped up. So I'm just wondering if it is that 3.5% or 5% in addition to that 170 non-market change that's coming in, or if it's separate from that. We'll figure that out for you guys.
I'm not sure what you're asking. The percentage. Oh, in the calculation.
Yeah, let's say when we're saying that we want a 5% increase, I know that we're not including market, so it might be that we're collecting 6.7% extra taxes, but we're only changing the mill rate such that on the residential
because
side,
we're getting more from that.
Exactly. So I'm just trying to understand whether that's in or out in this calculation.
Which would mean that next year we'd have to make a bigger increase to make up for that?
No, you'd make a smaller one because you'd get more taxes. Just let me take a look at my presentation from last time. I think it's probably even on the slides, probably in here.
Yeah, all I was getting at was there's a 5% increase in the taxes collected from a market perspective, and then are you including the non-market changes, things like that other revenue coming in? Mm-hmm. It might be that if we did 5% more collected from...
Anyway, but those are the kind of scenarios that we can run for you. It doesn't take long at all, so we can have a working document. I'll clean it up, and we can come back and you guys can throw stuff out, or we can look at it right now, but that's once we can have an idea of what we want. I don't think the question about tax rates, to me, my personal feeling isn't necessarily covering, I don't think the CPI is a reason to kind of keep increasing because it's always going up. So you want to keep that. But the more important thing, and Sean alluded to this at the first meeting, is being prepared for infrastructure deficits and funding reserves. And even if it's small and we're putting $50,000 in each reserve, something. And I think it's easier if you're talking to the public, if you're saying this is why, if we're charging you more, it's going into here, and we know it's like having a strata and you're paying, so you're avoiding special assessments down the road, like you're avoiding those you're putting money aside. Pardon?
Building up a contingency fund.
Building up a contingency fund, yes.
I did have a question. These values, are they based on, have we received back from BC Assessment the
final?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe these are the final numbers. Norm got something yesterday afternoon.
Oh, good.
So those totals are, and there were just some changes, nothing too significant from that.
Have there been many that have gotten reduced from, say, reassessments from BC assessment, or were all of those reflected in last year? I think.
Well, in
most,
relation to the flooding, they probably were
Yeah.
reflected in last year's. And there were a few supplementals that came in during the
A
year.
bunch of supplementals that came in throughout the year, so.
Yeah.
so we shouldn't really have many more changes, I hope.
No, this should be largely complete. Like anything that comes afterwards would be, they would let us know. They call it a risk to roll. So if there was anything significant, we would be aware. And as far as I know, we have not been notified of anything major. That would be if a big commercial customer or, the Nicola Clean Power was challenging their assessment, they would let us know that that might be a possible. But we're not aware of anything. So this should be fairly static.
Because if next year the values of BC assessment reissues with the current economy, then our values might go up, and then we might just change the mill rate. Because it's reasonable, like we're getting closer to what some of the larger communities are at. So, but
With the value, so the mill rates will go down for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see in this example, as soon as you drop the amount of money you want to collect, the mill rate drops, right? Because in the top one, it's at 3.94. And if we went from collecting 10.7 to 9.7, the mill rate would drop down to 3.56.
Yeah.
So great.
I just wanted to note as well that I think that the way we've got the multiple structure, we can probably increase the multiple on the utilities line to maintain the mill rate at the statutory
40,
level.
yeah.
I think the 40. So that might actually.
It would change it a little bit, yeah.
It's not going to be crazy, but it'll pull it some. The general concept, though, that I wanted to highlight on is that there's a lot of folks, and we're hearing it less, but especially when maybe 3 years ago, why are tax rates so high in Merritt? This is asinine. It makes no sense. And from a comparative perspective, I just really encourage the public or council that there's one thing that drives this more than anything else, and it is the cost of an average home. It costs roughly the same amount per person to be doing road anywhere in the province. That's not rigidly true. You have the same needs, the same baseline requirements on that front. It's just that if your average home is 200,000 valuation, and in the Lower Mainland it's 1.2 million valuation, well, you're going to expect a 6 times higher tax rate to get to the spot where you're charging a comparable amount from the same home. And so what I want to highlight for council is that there's an inverse relationship between average home and tax rates, and by the time you get to the spot where the average home is comparable between the communities, tax rates tend to be fairly comparable between the communities as well. There's some variance depending on programs run, council, etc., but it's not nearly as varied as people think it is. It's just based on how you collect your revenue. Short of it is most of the time you need to get about 2,100 or whatever the number is from every home in order to be able to fund most municipal operations, and you set the tax rates to be able to get that, and it's all going to be based on average home valuations.
So this, what I've pulled up on the screen right now, is a spreadsheet that the province puts out, and this is from last year, 2022. And just looking right on the top, you've got 100 Mile House. The average house in 100 Mile House last year was 305,000. And Abbotsford, it was just over $1 million. And when you look down at the taxes that they paid for an average house, I'll move my cursor out of the way there. So it's almost $2,000 difference in Abbotsford, but the house is worth 3 times the amount. But you can compare any other communities and see, and so this includes things like parcel taxes and your water and sewer charges.
Yeah.
So this is the total property taxes for a representative house. So we'll just see where Merritt is on here. I think I had it marked.
It speaks to it where very often the story is somebody's moved to Merritt from somewhere else where they had a home that was valued significantly higher. Maybe, again, pick a $1 million home in a spot where the average home was $1 million. They sell to come here and they'll buy a $600,000 home and wonder why the heck they're paying way more taxes. It's because you had an average home where you were before, and here you have something that's 50% above the average. Yeah. And so you're going to pay 50% more taxes in general.
Yeah, and there's Merritt's total.
Can you sort that by total taxes paid?
Yep.
Just want to give council a sense for where we fall in the overall pecking order.
22.
We should be 22.
That's where we were before.
Oh, this one I haven't set up as a table.
I think in 2017, we actually published this in the paper, so people would get upset.
Just give me a second here. I have so many different versions of this around. Some of them I have set to sort. This just take 2 minutes.
Well, just following up on what you're saying, that I do think education for the public is huge. And when it comes to tax time, I do, like you're saying, published in the newspaper, I think these are advantages we definitely need to keep on, because it's so many people move here, they're new, population changes, new home buyers, people who have left. Making sure the public is aware how we calculate it, why it's calculated, and where we fall compared to comparable communities, I think is excellent. It's you can't lose by making people aware of what we're doing, right?
Well, and yeah, when you look at it, we're kind of, I think we're almost right in the middle of the pack here right now. Because it started at 3 and we're at 77, so we're...
And how many lines are there?
Goes down to...
Yeah.
We're definitely lower than half. It's 164, so 163, and we're at 70.
Who's that number 163?
We're at 163 at 11.
That is a big number.
West Vancouver. Look at the average home, 3.5. But when you look at these, and it's really important when you compare, like if you look at Lake Country and you look at their taxes, but Lake Country doesn't have any recreation facilities. They have their staffing costs are really low because they don't have an arena, they don't have pools.
That's why I hate getting compared to Princeton.
Yeah.
We're constantly compared to Princeton, and Princeton doesn't have half of what we have.
Yeah.
You go in your swim in your pool. You don't. Councillor Etcher.
Princeton doesn't have to pay for our CMP. Osoyoos, I think, is just over the 5,000 now, but I've had customers, or residents, I should say, come in and complain about taxes in other small communities that don't have to pay for the RCMP or don't have an arena or whatever. And I think that's the biggest thing that we can take from one of these meetings is at least share that with people, because even in Logan Lake, where they have a higher industrial rate to help with their tax base, we don't have quite as high.
Yeah. So for the open house, we can actually even take these charts. There's this one, and there's some other ones, and we could even just blow them up and then highlight where Merritt falls. Like
who's number 1, period?
Who's the lowest?
Yeah, the number 1.
I will say that this is going to be a really interesting chart to look at next year, because we've never seen
Hudson
tax increases quite the same way we have. You guys have seen it. There's been lots of announcements of major municipalities having double-digit tax increases this year. So I think that we'll see some really unique movement on this.
Yeah, Barrier. Oh, there's Stewart.
Yay.
Stewart's number 4.
Oh.
And so what kind of services are in Stewart? Zippity.
Yeah, most of these at the bottom of the chart, you'll be able to either show services or one major industrial operation that tends to bankroll things, and you'll go down the list and you'll find it fairly regularly.
Lytton is number 11. Wow.
Do you compare our user fees to other communities?
That's
the user fee comparison is part of. We actually talked about this when we bring forward the user fee review. That
is an interesting chart, at least, and we can speak to people with their figures.
Yeah, it's a really good point. We need to have that comparison.
Yeah, so we can flag that too. Like we can it's easy enough to just highlight Merritt and see. I usually just bold the line, and then it's easy to find when you're doing this. But yeah, we're quite a ways down in user fees as well.
So for council, what is your kind of vision for how we engage with the public? Of course, open house, but you talked a little bit about communication. What types of things are you wanting to make sure we communicate out? Is it more the projects you're hoping to advance, or is it mostly the education bits as to where Merritt falls on a relative basis?
Well, at least for myself, I would say that right now it's an education piece. I think we're all sitting, obviously, without having a strategic plan that was our own done. It's very hard to say, what our top goals and priorities are at this point in time, but I think the education is first, and comparable communities, that's a good starting point. I think it's always nice, or even the history of Merritt. Like, how does, over the past 10 years, what have the tax rates been increased by? How does that look? And then maybe we look, it looks favorable at the end. But I really am a firm believer that education is probably the first step.
Well, I think, all of us, as we were campaigning, the one thing we heard was, we want to hear more information. Like, we want to know what's going on. We don't hear anything. So I think the more that we're for, as we go through this, and the more we can produce at the open house, and the projects that we're looking at, the projects we're thinking about, the funding situations, how we can get there, how we can't get there, real true information that we can put out there so people can get an overall view of what it's going through. Like, sitting through the TNRD budget, how much time I spent at the TNRD budget? 0. It was done by their finance committee, and so we never saw it. We just saw the finished project, and we had to approve it 15 minutes before 4 o'clock. Yeah. So it was like the 11th hour at 11:59. So again, TNRD people are outraged. There was absolutely no information going out to them, and it went up 756. But it's just, it almost felt like it was done that way to keep people from asking questions, and I think that's where it gets bad. And whereas, they know that we're going to sit here, we're going to talk about this stuff, and the more information we can give out, I think the more information is better at any point in time.
For sure.
That's right. I just have we published or put out our budget meeting schedule to the public? Like, I understand that this meeting has been advertised on the short notice that we had, but I'm just wondering if we have taken advantage of letting the public know that, we have a meeting today, we have a meeting Thursday, we have a meeting, so that they are aware that we are doing this. That might be another key indicator, because I get asked all the time, I heard we're going up 18%. I'm like, well, we haven't even started the discussions yet, so I don't know how you came up with that number, but at least, and it's a lot of communities have interested members that would be sitting in the gallery. I think if we take advantage of getting that out as quick as possible, it might be 1, could be 10, but the more the merrier, right?
Well, we could get Kim to put it in the little block in the paper on Thursday. It's not hard to do.
Yeah, I'll work with Kim. We'll set up something on the website, and we can feed some of this information there, and she can direct people to the website.
I think in all the years that I've done budget, we've had one person sit here. One. And then she got bored and left.
I don't think this meeting was super well advertised. We have had just timing wise, but I think that there's been at least one conversation, but I don't know what the specific plans are, but duly noted.
I have been talking to Kim. Yeah, I know. So it's getting the time to sit down with her. Okay. But she's kind of queued up. I've given her some information, so we just have to run with it.
It's on the radar, but we'll hone that for you guys.
Yeah. And it's also worth noting, as has been mentioned, this is being webcast and recorded, so everyone can watch it again later. So if they're not available right now, I can tell you that there's a couple of people who have been dropping in and out of the online recording, so there's at least a bit, even if not as high as we want, and we'll definitely be pushing out more. There was at least a low level of awareness of the questions.
Love you. Yeah. So that's good, because that's one of the things I wanted to discuss, just what we wanted to do at the open house and how we wanted to solicit information. There are some things that have been done out there. A few years ago, Tofino on the island did a thing. They took some of their grant aid money, and they earmarked $10,000, and then they just had people apply, and they set up displays, and then people came in and voted over the period of a week. Looked at the different community groups, and then the results of the vote determined how the money got distributed. So it gave people a chance to do some participatory budgeting. Don't know if that's something you'd want to get into, but it's interesting. I've always wanted to just be able to hand out some monopoly money and say, these are all the projects we're considering.
Yeah.
Mark, or you could do Post-its or poker chips or something, just as an easy way for people to say what they support, whether they want to put all their money into. We've tried the online survey things, but they sometimes get a little bit complex and hard for people to follow. But if you can get people to come, and it's
that would be one heavy bucket for Vote Street.
But at least you feel like you're doing something then if you go to a meeting and you leave an impression.
Make sure the bucket has a handle.
Okay, so we've got, what is it now? Just 10 after 1, so we've got just about 2 hours. The other thing is we could look at this lovely package that you have.
Sheila,
Yes.
Councillor Egan brought up the situation about funding up at the airport. Do we want to maybe touch on that a little bit, or is that?
Oh, sure, yeah, we can.
I think that's on the minds of everybody here, so.
Yeah, what the plans are for the airport?
I can say that it'll be probably easier to talk about, I think, at the next meeting, just because I will acknowledge that there's been some grant activity that we're not so
fully.
I promise that this is the overall plan, in general terms, is to create more activation of the existing city parcels. So we have 4 different lease parcels and then 3 different city-owned lots that are fee simple parcels right now, where part of the goal is to get those activated. That could include grading
businesses or
some of the other things to basically activate some of the economic development components up there at the airport, as well as there are some regulatory safety items that will be addressed. It will likely be a mix of some fully funded funding, some that is a mix of city funding, and the specific kind of dollar values and what's we'll be able to speak to at a future meeting with more confidence. But the goal is to make it so it doesn't just sit there anymore. That's the basic plan.
Yeah, because that's the conversation, and I know there's been some plans done for the airport, like master plans or considerations on the airport, because that's the thing. We're probably getting to the point where we have to decide whether you want to keep it up or what you want to do. Historically, I can give you just a quick idea of what actually kind of revenue the airport does generate. Just bear with me for a second here.
Can I also ask, though, if you've reached out to any businesses to maybe encourage, I can't even think of the term now, sorry, it's Saturday.
Development?
Development, but in the sense of for warehousing.
Like business attraction.
I will say that in the airport region, if I were to pull up a map, there's the ones that are directly adjacent to the airport parcel. There's a whole bunch of different private opportunities, and I'd say that one, there's a cardlock facility there that's going in currently, and in that area there is also one person that we're actively talking with that is considered a warehousing distribution. I don't know the exact nature of their business. I probably don't want to speak too much, but it would probably fall within a warehousing use under the zoning bylaw. And another group that's also looking at a light industrial use. Both are exploring it and are having conversations with our development services team as well as our economic development team. And we've had discussions as recently as last week on that front. So yes, there are some happening there. A lot of these parcels that are city-owned are smaller, so they wouldn't necessarily be suitable for a full-blown warehousing use, but they could be suitable for a smaller scale industrial use. The ones on the airport side would more likely be hangars or other things, but we would be looking to partner with somebody who wants to develop that infrastructure themselves so that it's not going to be at the city cost. And there actually have been some conversations in prior years on that, which is why we ended up developing this program, because they didn't want to have to do all of the work for site grading and paving and other things that would need to be done in order to get that where it was ready to go. So that's what kickstarted some of our application to run those programs.
So I can share with you for 2022, the revenues that we get at the airport are fuel sales, because we sell fuel up there. Hangar, we rent the airport hangar, and parking tie-down fees, which is a small portion of the revenue. And then the expenses, and if you're interested, I can put together kind of what has happened over the last 4 or 5 years, just so you can see. My general feeling is, and I will do some research to see, is that it's been costing more to keep it maintained to standard. You know, to keep the paving, keep the weeds down, to keep in talking to when I was working before, and especially when I was an acting CEO, talking to some people, there are a lot of people that do, quite a few people that do fly in on a fairly regular basis. Talked to some guy from up north, and his family, his kids were young, and they like to fly on a nice day, fly down to Merritt and go to the Boston Pizza and back. So it's interesting, and then it's been used for other things, and it's used for the fire service center. So it's a value thing, but the cost of maintenance has been rising, I think, and so there needs to be some changes, or
Well, what's unique about our airport is if you look at Kelowna, Penticton, and Vernon, there's a lot of sportsman flyers. They can take off, but they can't practice in those areas because they're international flights coming
airports
in.
There, yeah.
So they come over the hill and they practice here. Usually on a weekend, on a nice day, we end up usually between 18 and 20 planes that stop in here over the 2 days. Most of the time they're training touch and goes, stall training, that kind of stuff, and they do it here because they can't do it in the other places, and then when they're done, they have something to eat, and then they just fly back home again. So it is, you go up there, you see 5 planes sitting there, and you go, wow, this isn't, but there's actually quite a lot of activity that happens up there on the weekends.
And they recently, in the last, about 5 years ago, they did some renovations up at the airport.
Yeah,
in the terminal building.
We've run crack sealing programs and other things as well. I think that last year, we'll wait and see where the final year-end numbers shake out, but because we received, I'm going to look at Norm, I want to say it was a $90,000 grant to support airport operations last year. I bet we came out just ahead of flush, but it's not a big money-making operation right now, and the way that changes is through a combination of lease and general taxation that would come from it.
And I don't know, I did see the airport in an episode of The Good Doctor.
Yes, you did. Yeah, but it was chilly.
I don't know how much revenue we make as a movie thing, but if they do more movies out of Kamloops, then the airport might come into use for that too.
Councilor Petrosi.
Has Trans Mountain been using the airport at all, area? So we've kind of, and we're going to lose them in the next year. I guess the project's going to be finished, but have we been using them?
Yeah, you guys may have seen I think it was probably in the most recent version of the newspaper, they're doing more work just off the nose of the airport there. So they haven't been using it for crews or bringing materials back and forth, but the actual Trans Mountain line does run through right adjacent to the airport, and so they've been getting some access from the airport area and have been working with our team to make sure that isn't interfering with airport operations. So I wouldn't say that it's generating a whole lot of economic interest through Trans Mountain, but I don't want to say none, but I don't think there's been a lot.
But the fact that the pipeline is close to the airport does restrict expansion in some ways. or complicates it, I guess, if you want.
We're going to be an AGN2 non-instrument airport for as long as this thing exists. There isn't any sense in talking about expansion of this one.
Can't expand.
It won't happen.
You're landlocked on that airport. Councillor Rogan?
So I would be interested to see the profit and loss statement for the past 3 years for the airport. I would like to understand more about the revenue and expenses.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Can do that.
Councillor Newman? Oh, Councillor Etchart, yours is not blinking.
Well, it is now. How about the emergency wildfire team that's been at the airport the last couple of years? Did they pay or use any of the fuel that?
Yep, they would pay if they use
whatnot.
They would pay if they use the fuel. Our fuel sales were up significantly.
Yeah. Because I had been, thinking or told or something that they had been using that as a base for training and flying people when other communities were trying to fight fire, because we were kind of in the middle of,
my understanding of the history of the airport, from what I know, is that sometimes they use our fuel pumps, and then at other times if they think it's going to be a heavy year, they bring in their own tanks. So it's not really a reliable source of revenue, but I think there was significant uptake in fuel sales.
Yeah.
Norm can probably speak to that.
Yeah, prior to in 2020, I think it was about 100,000. And then in 21, 22, that's up around 400,000.
Wow. Well, even just having that airport, I mean, if we're open to expansion and doing the grading project that we received the grant funding for, maybe, we can look through economic development for improvement and income. I mean, I know we're not flush yet, but hopefully with...
Yeah, I just want to confirm as well, we're talking revenues, not net profits on this.
Our margin is very low on the fuel.
No. So we have a $250,000 year. We might be making 25 grand, but we're not making $170,000 that we're dumping back into the airport.
But that again is a user fee schedule thing, and it can be a policy council sets that you take the cost plus a certain rate.
So traditionally up at the airport, when it's firefighting season, when the helicopters do come in, we usually charge them a landing fee to be parking up there with their crews, but we waive it if they buy our fuel. That's usually the way we do it.
Yeah.
But when you're talking Wildcat that brings in 4 or 5 choppers, they prefer to fuel up at the fire site and then usually just fuel up a little bit to get back out there, but they kind of bypass our fuel.
Yeah.
The bigger companies. The smaller companies that are gypsying in will use our fuel and then not pay for the landing fees. So. Councilor Newman.
Well, no, I was just kind of following up on the profit and loss statement. I was just kind of trying to maybe an understanding included in that, and what it would take for us to become revenue neutral at the airport. I mean, it's obviously a guesstimate at this point in time. And then who has the authority to make those, and that's news to me, but like if somebody lands at our airport, who makes that decision that says, oh, well, if you fill up, we're not going to charge you that landing fee? Is that at the...
I'm not going to speak because I don't know, but I don't think we have a landing.
We don't have a landing fee, but when I'm talking about landing fee, when a group comes and then camps on your airport for 2 months, they're supposed to be paying a fee to be parked up there.
So what, right, which I'm understandable, but those are called the tie-down fees.
Yeah. So we do charge tie-down fees, and that's part of this. So if you want to have an airport stored up at the airport, you're basically renting a tie-down. I think it's like 500 and some odd bucks a year, whatever the number is. And then we sell fuel, and that's kind of the main operational revenue, and then you've got lease revenue from those two.
Right, so who makes a decision whether we would charge, if they use our fuel, if we don't charge them a tie-down fee, or who's...
Tie-down, anytime somebody wants to rent it, that's your tie-down, so
you get it.
You're always going to charge. Okay. If you want to tie down, we're charging you. What I think, Mike isn't wrong, that historically there there had been a bit of drama over it, actually.
It was a gentleman's agreement, because to be 100% honest with you, you get way more in fuel costs than you do in the tie-down fees.
Right.
And that was kind of done by the flying club that was up there at the time, because they were managing the airport at that time.
So is that how, like, going forward, is that a decision then of the city, like how the operations of that will go?
I would believe that would come to you, yeah, because that was just a gentleman's agreement that was established by the managers up at the time, up at the airport. But then we took the airport back. And unless somebody actually goes up and gets the tail numbers off the helicopters to charge them, they're not paying anything. Somebody has to go get that information. It just doesn't automatically happen. So one of my jobs as councillors was every night during fire season, I would go up and get the numbers off the tails, give it to the CAO, which was Sean Boven at the time, and then he would send out a bill.
So realistically here, these two rates need to be set in the fees and charges bylaw that we're talking about here. We would charge them anytime that they're used. The rate for fuel is not going to be a fixed rate. It's going to be whatever we pay plus X number of cents or X percent or however you want to do it. And then we would just have a policy internally for how we update those rates every week or 2 weeks or whatever that figure is. It would fall into somebody's role to update the rates. So I don't want to get overly complicated, because I think that while acknowledging that things haven't always worked well, this is not overly complicated to get to this spot where we're humming along with no handshakes. What I will say is what it's going to take to get there from a profit and loss perspective, we need to be leasing those parcels. Like, everything else is variable. If we don't have a big fire season, we don't make much. We're getting blown out in maintenance costs versus what we bring in. But if we can get another, 6, 7, 8 parcels up there with lease revenue on it, it starts to make a little bit more sense to be putting in the time maintaining it. You're not having to do a whole lot more maintenance. It's just raw dollars to support that program. So I think that really ought to be a priority for council, is getting those parcels put to productive use.
Thank you.
And I will say that was a priority of the previous council as well. So I'm not knocking this. I would just be continuing what the current trajectory is.
Okay. Does that answer everybody's questions on the airport? We'll bring back some more information. And I'm just looking at the capital requests to see if there's anything there. I think just the leveling.
So Sheila, we talked about the RCMP being one of our bigger costs to maintain. Yep. Where does the fire department fall in at this point? As I know the costs go up every year and have been, so I'm just wondering what they look like on our scope.
They've gone up, but their revenues have gone up significantly too. But we have added 2 more permanent or full-time officers. So I don't know if council is totally aware of that whole change. Okay.
Yeah. Even with those 2, our revenues have actually exceeded our increase in costs on the operational side, where we end up feeling the pain, and you guys will see it in some of the capital plans, is on the capital side. So on operations, those 2 officers were funded directly by TMX, and so Trans Mountain needed fire coverage in order to provide that coverage while still maintaining City of Merritt response needs. We needed to add 2 more officers, so that was directly funded through a 3-way agreement with the TNRD and Trans Mountain. As well, since then, you guys are aware that this city has been requested by the TNRD to expand our service area to include Lower Nicola and other areas on that, and so the staffing has increased, but the revenue has increased more than the cost of the staffing. What you will focus on here is the fact that in an environment where almost everything had been financed in a low interest rate world, as to what Councillor Etchart was saying, it wasn't a huge deal with just saying, all right, let's finance this piece of equipment, finance that piece of equipment, but council may want to start considering, all right, do we need to start stocking money away for when we need to replace these assets, especially because The other thing that we have added to the pool this year is it's called a structure protection unit. Have you guys seen the trailer out there? We did point that out, I think, on the tour. Structure protection units are one of those assets that are often deployed during wildfire events, and so if those are needed to be deployed locally, we'll have that resource available to us. But if the province needs those resources, we can put them out, and realistically, they fetch a pretty good return. And so it makes good sense for us to have that, and I think that the fire chief has regularly echoed his desire to see, all right, we get it. When we're going out, we're on deployment to support other communities. We just want to make sure that revenue doesn't disappear into the ether. I want it to have a high degree of confidence that it is landing back in fire, ideally to support fire capital, instead of going to general reserves. So that's one of the things that we might have the opportunity to do with the reserves and set up by way of policy, is that anything coming in from those sources would go directly to a fire capital reserve.
There is in page 170 in your package, there is a capital request for fire engine 2.
I think the bush truck is on there as well this year.
Yeah, the bush truck is on there as well for this year. I'm just going to see where that one is. That's on 168. So it's just before. So the fire truck probably wouldn't arrive until 2025, the engine 2 replacement. These things sometimes we have to order 2 years in advance.
Sorry, question of staff.
Question of staff, third time. Do we have an overall city vehicle replacement plan? So that we have an inventory of all vehicles and we know exactly which years they need to be replaced and costs approximately with those?
Generally, I would say yes and no. So do we know the ages of all of our assets with a cycle for when they ought to be replaced? Yes. Are we replacing it on that schedule? No. We run a degree of analysis. Can this thing safely keep running and operating? There's very often the case where those purchases have been deferred off of what the government replacement schedule is, because there's still good life in the asset. The question is, are we maximizing return on the asset by doing it that way? I don't think that level of analysis is always being done in that decision making. We did explore a potential model where we would look at fleet leasing through Enterprise was the group we were having discussion with, to just see whether that might be a suitable solution for our community. But the way the numbers came back, I don't want to say that this might not work if we were to explore it with other partners or whatever the case is. I just don't know that there was going to be a lot of value in having a third party kind of manage all of the fleet for us. But there's work to do to improve it. But in general, yes, we know what all of the assets are, what their years are. They get updated periodically with how many Ks they have on them, etc. But is there really rigorous financial analysis for how those replacement decisions get made? I think there's room for improvement.
Yeah, as far as I know, there isn't really a concrete plan. Yeah. But like the fire department has a plan, because there's of a life cycle, and so they know, but we don't have an overall plan. If you talk to the mechanic, he probably has a spreadsheet with all that information, but it's not something that we've and it's not like as a policy or something that, the beauty of having policies is then it makes it easier for staff too when you're building the budget, because you go according to the policy and see.
And I'm just like going through your highlight sheet too, obviously, there's quite a few vehicles. I was up to number 15 when I stopped counting of vehicles that were requesting that needed to be replaced. So that's 15. Sorry, that's where I stopped at least. So that's 15 vehicles that need to be funded. So that's worrisome to me that we are sitting in a situation with that many, and I get hanging on as long as we can because of the cost with it, but I'm just wondering if there's a better way that we can approach this so that we're doing it properly going forward. I mean, it's one thing what's always been done, but from here going forward, I think with a fleet, like we're saying, obviously we have countless vehicles that are going to end up costing us a lot more money in the long run if we don't get on this sooner than later. So I don't know how we approach that, what the answer is for that.
Councillor Richard?
I was only just wondering with the recent agreement with the TNRD, if they're going to be contributing for these 2 members that we have to help keep Lower Nicola operational, because I know right now they don't have their FUS rating, which affects people in Lower Nicola immensely. But if TNRD was needing help to reinstate their rating out there, if that's something that's been in discussion at all. Because if they give us more revenue and we could keep the 2, that would be good for us as well.
I can say that we've had really good discussions on that front from the city side. We're ready to advance an agreement for you guys. I don't want to overspeak, because it could be the case that they work things out with Lower Nicola Indian Band, and they're able to, restore the service that was provided. The City of Merritt is prepared to provide that service at a price point where it's not going to be subsidized by City of Merritt taxpayers, and where those people would ultimately be supporting the capital plan as well as just the operational plan. So we've got the numbers there that make sense. I think trying to remember, did you guys already approve the 1-year agreement? You did, okay. Well, all right, I think we did this already, right? So we've done the 1 year. What we're still discussing is are we going to enter into a 5-year, or are we going to have a get-out clause for that particular area in the event that Lower Nicola...
And I don't know for the rating with the distance from the fire hall if that impacts it.
It does.
So that might...
And the fire engines, if we don't replace them, will affect the whole town.
Yes.
Because if we lose our FUS rating, yikes, that would be terrible for everyone involved, everyone in Merritt. Because if we lose, I think we have the 3 units. One is turning 25 next year, I think. I think the oldest one, I think fire engine 3 is the oldest. But once they hit 25 years old, FUS reduces their capacity.
Engine 2 will be at 20 years in
20 years, yeah. I think at 20 years they start reducing their capacity to pumping power, and then if we lose rating, then we're in trouble.
Yeah, we're gauged on how many gallons per minute per population we put through those engines when we're dictated to make a change by one company. So.
The other thing that I wanted to flag here is that we do have a lot of fleet in there, and you'll notice that a lot of it is coming from Public Works, Parks, Engineering, etc. But I just really want to encourage you to take a look at the notes as well, because some is 2023, some's 2024, some's 2025, and some's 2026. So when you're counting them all in there, know that this is not all, hey guys, fund all 15 of these this year. They were very much trying to give you a bit of a roadmap as to what the replacement schedule is going to look like, so that when we have to do that picker truck, it's going to be a 2025 plan. So it hits the plan, but not this year.
But that's a good point too. Just how many vehicles we actually have in our fleet. It's a good thing. It's a good thing even for the open house or for the public to realize how much the investment is.
Just to follow up on staff, there is, like, when I look at it, that because I did go in and read the reports for the separate years, but for council, it's probably easier to understand that the request for this year's budget is this amount for these vehicles, plus if next year we have this amount for the next set of vehicles, that's where the reserve conversation comes in. It's like we know we need to put in another $420,000 for next year's vehicles this year in order to have it, like, for the budget to perpetuate itself, right? It's I don't know what the best way is to go about that if there's not actually that
we can right line that better for you. I think we'll make a note of that, Sheila, and get it so that we more clearly delineate what this year's asks are with totals, what we're looking at for 2024 with totals 2025, and that way it might help you make the reserve allocation decisions afterwards, because I think that's really what you're getting to.
Yeah, 100%. I think in order to plan this year, we definitely need to know what we have to have for next year as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Councillor Richard?
On that note, I think what is the number for X? What's it supposed to be, 15 or something? Anyway, we have an equipment acquisition and replacement reserve fund on page 6 of 11 or 231 of 237. So I think we had full intentions of having an asset management plan that was online, but we haven't been there yet. But page 231 has the equipment acquisition and replacement reserve fund. So this has been a discussion that we've had in the past, but we just don't have the dollars or this.
It's actually been more than dollars. It's mostly been capacity as opposed to dollars in recent years.
This has been a concern for a long time, and I agree with you that we should be stretch out what we can. But I'm most worried about the fire trucks because everyone's insurance will like double if we don't do that, just so you know. Because it scares me. I don't know about you guys, but it scares me anyway. Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's a duly noted point that, if there is a plan in place, and then it's easier to present that to council. I would, on a positive note, the new director of engineering and public works is definitely, like he put in for the 3 years, like he's done a really thorough look out. I mean, and he's just, I don't know when he started here, September. He's got a steep learning curve, so he's doing an awesome job and kind of thinking ahead as to how we do things. Merritt's fortunate in that it's a fairly compact area too, so our vehicles can last a little longer than some municipalities. We don't have a lot of big hills. We don't have a lot of, if the vehicles are just staying in town, they can keep them going for quite a bit longer. And the new electric vehicle is pretty cheap to operate. So far. Yeah.
The other thing that you'll notice in looking at the capital plan is that a lot of this capital is somewhat subjective in that it's going to be dependent on decisions that you also make on the operating side. So we'll take line painting as a good example. On the operating side, there's a significant increase to the line painting budget for this year because contractors are just a lot more expensive to do that work. And so what we're looking at is you'll see a request this year for fleet line painter to say, okay, maybe it's time to start looking at us doing a bit of a hybrid approach where we can keep costs down by having some of the equipment in-house. So that one isn't so much replacement as it is we're wanting to change how we approach delivering this service because we think it's going to be more cost effective to do some of that work in-house instead of having all of it done by contractors. So I think that we could probably do a better job as well in the coming days to try and highlight some of those connections between the operating and the capital for you to understand that, all right, if you're going to throw out one, throw out the other. If you're going to carry one, carry the other, because they do kind of go together.
Okay. Yeah, my goal was hopefully to kind of group some of these things together, so I will fix that up and send that out to you guys based on. You can see on the capital list, we have the Boat Street from Blackwell to River Ranch Road at 8.8 million. What else is on here?
Sheila, can I make a weird request right now?
Sure.
So acknowledging that you might want information on some of these a lot more than others, I would love to just rapid fire go through this. Number one, hands up if you want more. Number 2, 3, and that way we can give the directors a bit of time to understand, all right, which ones do people have kind of burning questions about here, so that when we come on Thursday, we'll be really focused in on these, which ones you want deeper dives on. Would you be okay with doing that?
Yep, no, that's the plan. I've got a spot on that schedule. We can mark it as we go. So.
So on the capital side, if we start right at the very top, the 2023 CP 001 on page 76, I think.
Yeah.
Is that the case that came today?
Yeah, it's the one that just came today. Yeah. Yeah, I should have color coded them. It was, yeah, so there's a fire hall at City Hall for 18,644.
Firewall.
Firewall. It's
Firewall at City Hall.
Firewall for City Hall.
I assume I am not.
Increase the council conference budget, shouldn't it?
Oh, you're looking at the operating requests. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. They're looking at the operating, I'm looking at capital.
We can go to operating first, that's no problem as well. We were on the capital sheet.
Oh, this is not the one that came out today?
No, that's not the one that, sorry, I just knew it was general.
Not, you guys.
Just so you know, I was working on this yesterday and it's on the cloud, so it's supposed to save all the time, and it crashed. And I totally lost the whole thing. So I had to recreate it.
Let's do it. You guys are all on that one, so let's stick to it. We'll go to you. Increase the council conference budget. Wait, this one's probably kind of
Probably
obvious.
doesn't need too much detail.
Anybody deep questions? Okay, next, records coordinator. Anything that's a service level expansion, we've kind of talked about as a team, we would fully expect to be prepared to speak to that. And so if you see any ones that have an SLE on them, the directors will be ready to speak to those particular questions, because it's going to be a question of you as whether you actually want to see that expansion or not.
And this person's going to be working in the finance department?
This one would generally work within corporate services.
Sorry, just a question on staff, or staffing, I guess, as a whole. My question would be, how do we approach or review the need for staff as a whole? Because we get a request for one position this month and then another position next month, or now we're getting rid of two positions, we're merging one position. So is it worth looking at or doing a review of all staffing at a whole and approaching it that? There seems to be like a lot of requests and a lot of shifts in our staff or positions, and I don't know.
Have we made any requests of you? I know we made the change in terms of how we shifted the reporting for corporate services or finance, but have we actually requested positions?
Well, not necessarily that you've requested the positions, but there's been changes in our staffing. So, I'm just curious as to how we look at it as a whole, because there's more than one position, I believe, that's coming forward. So it's just how, I don't know how to look at that.
Yeah, so some of these is going to depend on, there's less of a business case, for example, for a social planner. They're not going to bring in additional revenue for you. And so that one is really a council question. There's a bunch of things that are in strategic plans that councils identified that they want to accomplish, or previous councils have identified they want to accomplish. Do you want to fund that or not? And so I'd say there's some positions that fall into that category. There's other areas where I would say this records manager is one of them, where there's a function that we're just not, that needs to be done, that we're not really accomplishing at the level we need to do it at. So within records management, there's a whole lot of obligations and requirements under both the privacy side as well as your kind of document retention side, where we aren't where we need to be organizationally, and we haven't been for quite some time. We were, I think, actually stronger in some senses when we were a fully paper-based organization, and now we're somewhat hybridized, and the system is, we really need somebody to assist with records keeping, so that we don't lose track of overall organizational knowledge, and things are getting filed in a place where you can reliably go find those things. We want that to also be driven from a digital side, as opposed to this half and half paper digital file management system. So Greg will be able to speak more to that on Thursday in terms of the specifics of the role. But I think that in general, it's going to be based on, hey, we either aren't able to meet a current need, we think that there's an opportunity to expand from a business case perspective and have some degree of revenue offsets. But in general, it's always going to be based on we're falling short in some given area, being able to meet service requirements. We'll do a review on our side to determine whether, do we think this is just going to be a short-term thing? Is this because of a spike, for example, related to the flood? Or is this something that we see as an ongoing question? And then what would the funding sources potentially be for that role? We'll make something of a business case and have it brought forward. We haven't brought an all-department plan, but there have been departmental reviews conducted as to what the next roles might look like. So I don't think that probably meets what you were hoping for, because we don't have here's what we think we're going to need as the city grows in all of these different areas plan.
Councillor Egan?
Thank you. I was just also noticing, though, it starts at $65,000 and $1,000 a year increase for the next 5 years. I think probably I would need to see a little bit more of a job description. That's all. Oh, and this is also a union person?
Split how that functions between organizations. Some have fallen union. I think that's what you found on your review. Some were union, some were exempt.
Sometimes it's union, sometimes it's exempt. Some have been unable to find anyone and they're using contractors. It varies a lot by individual organization.
I thought all city staff were union, except maybe you.
No, nobody in this room is unionized.
Hourly paid are usually.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a number of exempt staff, and it all comes within the bounds of what's within the collective agreement and what's not. This one here being we've actually had a discussion on it. I'm not 100% sure at this moment exactly where that would land.
Okay, thanks.
I can come up with that, give you a rough idea of what the percentage breakdown is between union and non-union employees. Just stop sharing my screen for a minute here and pull that information up.
I think it's about 80-20.
I think there's only the 2 job positions requested, the social development and the records coordinator, and then the co-op student, right?
Correct.
So I guess that's 3, but the co-op student I see as more of a pilot project, but.
In general, we're always finding ways to get work done at the best possible price point, and co-op students can be a really valuable way to do that.
And just a question on the co-op students, do we have a good history of summer student employment, and how many do we normally?
Depends, and it's changed over time. So Public Works always has some summer students. That's baked into the collective agreement, so we take on summer students as part of that.
There's usually 2 summer students.
Yeah. For outside of that context, it has depended. So a little bit on department, a little bit on relationships and needs at the time. Are you okay if I say this? Greg, when I was in corporate services, he was hired as a co-op student out of UVic law program down there. And so that was there. Before that, there was a co-op student from the same program. Right now, we have a co-op student in the IT program. We're also exploring using existing funding to support another co-op student potentially in communications to help meet some of the goals and objectives that you guys have, because I think regularly we're just needing a little bit more horsepower there.
So do we take advantage of the BC Summer Jobs Grant funding, and then so with the 2 Public Works positions that you're mentioning, are those high school students?
Depends.
They're quite often university students because they start before high school students would only be able to work.
Right, like
July and August. They usually start late May to the end of August.
Okay, and do we normally get approved for that grant? Like
we've had pretty good success rates. You'll see anytime we've got co-op in there, we're asking for it even if we don't get it, but we do make the applications.
Awesome.
Well, you're talking for co-op students. I was talking for the Public Works summer students.
Yeah. But in general, we're trying to get Canada Summer Jobs grants wherever possible to support that. Or sometimes there's other initiatives through universities where there's some partner funding as well. So
okay, thank you.
So, Sean, we've talked about work experience like NVIT. No, I'm not sure what the cost would be of that, or if that would just be shared by the group that does the work experience. So we've talked about that, just where they can get the experience and help lighten the load a little bit. So we are looking at that part with NVIT as well.
Yeah, I understand there's a program that's getting ready to be launched very soon between Work BC and Nicola Valley businesses, NVIT, and potentially even True as a partnership to provide access to students at subsidized rates. And so we have had one very preliminary discussion as to whether that might be something that would be suitable for the city as well. But certainly I think it's something that we ought to assist from the economic side in promoting for the business community, because getting access to that talent and resource at effective costs is really valuable for our region, even if it's not the city taking advantage of it directly. And I don't know how well distributed that is right now. I understand that there was quite a few that had expressed interest directly to Work BC, but I've talked with quite a few businesses that didn't seem to know a darn thing about it, and so we probably need to assist in amplifying that.
I know that NVIT, you can, through Ryerson University in Ontario, there's a program, ASET, where I've hired students in their culinary program.
Okay.
Yeah, and it works very well. Good. A lot of paperwork though.
That's the hard part. It's the administration on the side is great. You're going to come up with, 10 grand to be able to support hiring somebody, but you're going to, unless you get it down to a system and want to chain this together, often going and doing it once, from the hiring through the reporting, the meeting with usually there's a student representative you have to meet with a couple times, and it can be a bit onerous.
So I have a breakdown on, these numbers are actual bodies. The union workers, there would be quite a few of them that are part-time at the pool and things like that, but we have 86 union members and 30 non-union. Now, the non-union would, for the most part, would be full-time employees. They'd be management positions, I would think. I can't think of any.
So you would just refer to them as administration?
Yeah. That's what's coming up in my sheet. Yeah.
That seems a bit high to me.
Yeah, I don't know why, but
86 is all part-time, like,
yeah, no, he's talking about the 30.
It's the 30 that seems high.
It's the 30 that seems high.
So where does mayor and council fall into that number?
You're probably, let me check that, because we might have mayor and council, we might have some of the fire department in there. That's the wrong one. I just did a quick total on the columns, but now, as soon as I said that, I thought, does that make sense?
I've got a mental number that isn't quite that high. Either way, you guys should know that, and we'll make a plan to get you that breakdown for the next meeting. And the other thing, I want to make sure we're not including any of the contractors.
Well, no, they wouldn't be
like rec
on
contractors.
It's we've got six at the fire hall, 5 at the fire hall. Five at the fire hall.
How many at the RCMP?
The RCMP are all union.
All unionized.
The municipal employees at the RCMP are union. Oh, and that's got 2 vacant for the grant coordinator and the financial analyst. And so 3 of those positions aren't filled. So 27, take that out.
We're getting closer to my number.
Yeah.
Still not there yet.
And that had the records coordinator in there, so that's 26. Yeah, It's amazing when you look at the names.
You got mayor and council in there?
Nope.
We're close. In my head, I had 24, but if we're 26.
I can show you the list, but.
We're part-time.
You're part-time. You're in a special category by yourself, so.
You got that right.
But we will do, and when I bring more reporting, we'll do a full FTE, because there's only the request for the 2 this year, and I don't think there was a ton added last year. You can come take a look at my list, Sean. He's counting on his fingers. It's like shopping at Costco. You think you've only bought a few things. It adds up.
Got to take you off the shoes next on you.
Yeah. So there is a core component of, so the fire department, all the people that work around here, Yeah. Yeah, I don't, maybe I've got a couple people miscoded. I'll have to have you check, Sean. Anyway, so did we answer those questions for you?
Right. So that one is a service level expansion. Next on up was actioning reconciliation, and there's quite a list in here that Lacey's prepared. It's possible that this number would be lower this year because a lot of these programs are going to take time to get off the ground, and so I think there probably could be an adjustment down for 2023, but grants, there's likely going to be a home for it. It's been amazing how there was a big rash of this in 2021, and the city was a little bit later than we needed to be. Haven't seen as many of these grants. There's lots for the small scale, like community to community forum, the standing UBCM grant, but we've really been thinking that there's going to be a grant that opens up for this to support more detailed relationships, particularly on the referrals side, development referrals, because there's so much of a push and thrust to that now. Because really, if there isn't a grant for it, it's either coming from taxation or it's getting added to the development fees, and I think that those are tough sells either way. But it's an important item on the list to discuss because we have it in almost every plan that we have. But if those grants don't come up, we just sort of, I guess we go another year without doing it, and it's time to put it forward at least for conversation from council.
I think that there is a grant that I attended a Zoom the other day on women in governance, and it was basically more about reconciliation positions. So I can get the address and.
Was there a specific grant that they were talking about, or just general?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see anything you have there.
Is there not a way to build the relationship funding into each project opposed to having necessarily like a line item here? Like, and I'm not disputing the fact that it's needed, because 100% I believe that it is, and more I think on a local smaller scale between ourselves and our local bands. But like, if we have a project and we know that this is to be included, why are we not just, if we suspect it's going to be $200 or $2,500, having that included in the actual breakdown per project cost basis?
Yeah, it often would be, and this would be one of the lines where this is the central line that would get drawn from. So it might end up going from here to another account on a project basis, but there might be examples where that wouldn't be the case, especially if it's not a city project. So if we have we haven't worked out what the referral system would look like. That's why I have a bit of hesitancy with the numbers it stands right now, because I think there's going to be a bit of time before we figure out what types of referrals are we going to make, what types of referrals are not going to be made. If there's, a large undeveloped tract of land, okay, I think everybody would probably say, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. If you're talking about a single family residential home that is a redevelopment, is there going to be a referral out to the nations in those situations? So I think that council probably needs to have some of those discussions with the bands, and ideally I think that would happen through the MOU framework that we've talked about. So with that, I don't have the specifics, and I really would like, Lacey's the one that's advancing this, so she should probably be the one to primarily speak to it. But it sounds like there are questions around that from council and more discussion you would want to have on this item. Is that right? Okay. Climate adaptation and mitigation strategy. This is going to be subject to grant funding. Ordinarily, we don't spend too much time. If we get a grant, great. If we don't, it won't run. So e-permitting, $50,000 increase there to basically change our permitting processes so that they will all be digital applications instead of what we're currently working. Pretty common change for municipalities right now. It's not super cheap, and there is some time that it takes to get there with implementation, but seeing as it's driven from the department, we think this could lead to a win for developers and the city. Specific questions on that? General support, okay. Social development coordinator, this is the item that you guys were referring there, where we think that there's somewhere between 45,000 and 63,000 through Interior Health to be able to support a matching grant for this position. So it might be the case that it's not a full 45 here, but this is a bit of contingency in that. I would also say that it probably wouldn't be 45 for this year because we're already in March, and even if it was approved, it would likely be a midway start. So it might be a little high for this year, but on an ongoing basis, if we were able to find matching grants.
We don't have any people, I was just thinking, like, that are currently on staff that would be able to do any of these new position requirements, or that would be willing to take on training to be able to further their career within the city?
I don't want to minimize that. I think that there's always a chance that there would be somebody that wants to do it, but I can say with a high degree of confidence for what is being looked for here, we don't have anybody that's going to successfully side of the desk this.
This is a posted position.
It's not posted right now. No, this is the one we talked about at the last council meeting in response to the letter from Carrie Cook and the Health Alliance.
Oh, excuse me. Would this person be working out of the community policing?
We don't have a specific home for where they might be working at. There's actually a chance, and there's been some really preliminary discussions, that they actually might work directly in a community facility, or it might be moving. So don't have the exact answer on what that looks like, but the idea here is there's going to be a lot of liaisoning with other organizations as part of this function to address kind of primarily street level social issues. Mm-hmm. It's hard because this is one that's really difficult to scope. There's a lot of positions where you can look at, all right, they're going to do this, 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 and this. I feel like this is one area where, because I haven't seen tons of examples from other communities where they've solved a lot of this, I don't know exactly what it looks like. I know what people want it to be and where it goes, but I will fully acknowledge that we don't have a perfect vision for this at this time.
Wouldn't they coordinate with victim services?
They would be one of the organizations that I think would be involved. I think that a lot of it would be the organizations in the Nicola Valley Health Alliance, which I believe Victim Services is one of them, and I think there's 20 some odd other organizations that are part of that as well, ranging from ASK to Schwackham Health and other things. So,
as a situation table?
Separate from the situation table. Situation table is much more focused on helping resolve specific situations, ideally before it'll go to a bigger issue with either IH or the RCMP.
Okay. The next group is all fire department related. Most of it's relatively small. There's two large ticket items on there. The first one is suppression safety equipment, and that's their gear. And it's extra large this year. It's an ongoing cost, but there's an increase this year because they had that fire on Ransom, which contaminated all their gear, or a lot of their gear, and there's just no recovery. So it's just the cost of doing business. And then the communication supplies, pardon?
That one makes me so mad.
The communication supplies, contracted services, that's to go to new, like paging systems, and they've been working on that for a long time with different organizations. So this is the final thing to get it into place, and they'd be independent and to make life easier for them. And I think their record keeping and everything is on that system as well. I can double check that. Page 18. IT has a variety of things, the co-op student being one. We will be reducing that because I think the co-op student's here for 4 months up to 8 months, I think, for the year. And we budgeted for a full year on that line item, so that'll come down a little bit.
I think it'll go to 58.
The request does ask for it to be an ongoing item, but that's, as Sean and I discussed the other day, that's difficult sometimes to always get a co-op student, and I don't know whether that's feasible this point, but that's open for council's consideration.
And in general, we want to get a sense as to where co-op students are really working and where they're not. And so I think that having things as a one-time, that might be the case that when it comes to you in 2024, it might be an ongoing thing. If, hey, this is a sustainable thing, it's not taking them too long to get up and running, that's probably where we would make that switch. In circumstances where it's kind of the first kick at the can here and we're just getting our feet under us, in general, we want to advance those as one-time items.
Have we considered co-op students in the finance department?
There's a whole lot of things we've considered for the finance department. The issue is that we really do need a bit more oversight for finance, because to give co-op students the experience that is going to be a value add both for them and the city, there needs to be some time that you can really allocate to that. And so I think that it may be an option as soon as we get, I'd say, another body or two to potentially assist with that. Otherwise, I don't know that we would be able to give them the degree of time, oversight, care, student experience. I'm not knocking Norm in any way on this one, but it takes, you have to give a bit in order to get from co-op students. And so I think that we're just not quite there right now, but we absolutely have talked about it.
Sorry, I just have to go back a little bit here to the previous item on internet services. Shaw Internet for $18,000? It's on the other page.
Yeah, on page 20.
Yeah, 28, actually, and if you want to read about it.
Oh, okay. Mine is cut off.
It just says internet services 1-2-145-14560. Add to include Shaw Internet was 0 in 2022.
Yeah. Our current internet provider is TELUS.
Yes.
But the plan is to bring in Shaw to provide backup in case TELUS goes down.
Can't you get those for free?
No. Not for a commercial, not for an application such as ours.
Okay, because I got some at my business and it was free.
Yeah.
Your bandwidth is not the same as that here.
And they probably wouldn't allow, like, that's for their customers to be able to log into the Shaw Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Yeah, this is for us to use for
So it has to be
operations.
secure.
Would you like some backup on that and just a bit more?
No, it's
Okay, I believe you.
Yeah.
18 grand? Good God.
That's probably about $1,500 a month.
No.
We can find out what we're paying
Maybe
for
it would
TELUS
be a
too.
little bit cheaper now that Bell bought them out.
I know it might be more.
Yeah, and you have to consider, we just looked at probably, around 100 employees at any given time on the internet. So we need a fairly big bandwidth. All of our finance software is hosted, so we're online all the time.
Yeah, and it's not just the volume, it's where it goes as well. We've got it going to how many different facilities, buildings, other things, and so it's not quite as easy as saying, hey, you're plugging in, it's only $80 a month when it goes to my house. Well, when it's going to the airport.
Well, I pay a little bit more than that for my business, but nowhere near 18 grand.
And I think you have to take into consideration that when Rogers went down for that 3 days, how that paralyzed the entire country. Nobody could take money out of the bank. So you got to be careful that you do have some sort of a backup
This is part of
Yeah,
a business continuity plan.
I actually have both of them as well.
Yeah, and I do understand that, so one of the things that Greg and Jim, I'm so grateful that they've got minds for this. Our goal is to get to the spot where we would be insurable. Not that it'll be your decision if you actually pull the trigger on it, but for cybersecurity and there's a whole bunch of these things that are both redundancy and you need to have more plans and heck, even where you need to have a cloud hosted backup server and a bunch of other things that you have to get to even get to the spot where you're capable of being insured for these types of risks. And so having, oh gosh, no, I don't want to overspeak. No, I'm not going to say it. I think that this is one of those requirements that was on the list for getting cybersecurity insurance, was making sure that you have two.
Yeah, I don't have that list on the top of my head, but certainly in terms of good practices, basically, as Shimon showed at the beginning, if we lose that service at the city, it's pretty much an existential threat. We would be opening an emergency operations center, we'd be looking at how we had to deal with that. It would stop us from being able to process people coming into the counter and deal with us. It would stop us being able to access our services. It would stop us being able to basically do a reasonable chunk of the work of running the municipality, which is why we pretty much need to have a separate provider available as a backup that can fulfill all the functions that we do on a daily basis with our main one. It is really the kind of thing that we essentially, you look at it and go, why do we have that? Right until the moment you need it, at which point you go, thank goodness we have that.
So how much to pay for talents then, if the Shaw has the backup?
We can pull it. I don't have an answer off the top.
Yeah, no, I'm just throwing out.
Yeah.
Fingers sitting there. Okay, sorry, I digress.
No, and it's important. It's unfortunately, it's just the new reality is this internet access and cybersecurity. I did work at a place previously that had a ransomware attack a few years ago. It was not fun. Back before I didn't even know what Bitcoin was. They wanted to be paid in Bitcoin, and how the heck? Where do you even get a Bitcoin?
Go mine it, Sheila. Go mine it.
I know. Crazy. Okay, so that's the IT arena. There's a couple ones that are anything to do with ammonia. I think those are kind of almost a given. I almost contemplated not putting it on there, but it's good for you to know that we're staying on top of the safety things. There's a request in there, and Sky could speak to it, about having the mechanical components assessed. He's got this for another facility too, probably for the pool. Just to have somebody come in so he can do some long-term budget planning, just to see what the life cycle is for his boilers and different things like that.
Yeah, as well, I think there's a two-part focus to that. There's also been, I think there was one incident that the council's aware of where we had a hot tub malfunction. We just want to make sure that we go through, we have everything looked at, evaluated, both from a life cycle perspective and a proper functioning perspective, to see if there's any risks that need to be identified.
Okay. For the aquatic center, there's face mask respirators. They must need those for when they're working with the chlorine. Another small safety one, and that's where we come to, at what range do we provide you guys with that information, or do we just approve, like if we know that they have $20,000 that they can choose for programs, because our budgets, some of the budgets over the years have been thinned down so far, then that we end up having to come for increases.
Councillor Newman?
Just a question when it comes to things like the face mask respirators and the line about those are safety concerns.
If it is an immediate safety thing, it would be addressed right away. So this is probably.
I think we've already ordered it, just so you guys know.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. So is it a budget item when it becomes something that is a safety or health concern? Is it? If they have to have it to be operational.
We talked about this. I think that there's a chance this one should be operationalized as opposed to a capital item. I'm not sure that.
We're on the operation schedule.
Yeah, that was the stupidest thing I've ever said. That was so bad. I think we've already ordered it, so it's not like it's not going to happen. It's just that there wasn't a clear home for it.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
What was the question? Do we put this in office supplies? I think was the question.
Okay.
There's also an informational thing to let us know.
Yeah. It's not that we don't do it. We're going to do it either way.
Okay.
If it's rest assured, if it's
just whether it's getting buried with the Sharpies and the Post-it notes, or whether it's going to have a proper home.
Again, down in their public works, we have engineering consultant and then other consultants for operations, and I think these numbers have been downgraded as well.
Yeah, just to give you guys a heads up, Rick will speak to this. We've got a wild number of projects this year, likely between some of the grant things as well as other projects, and so the idea was, in between Charlie and Rick, we had some consultants that were providing some service, and that we would be weaning off that service. Thought we were going to be fully weaned off until we just got a schwack load of other stuff. So I'm working through what the exact numbers will be, but we are going to be cutting these next two lines by likely a combined total of about 50,000 to bring those down, to try to get them as reasonable as possible. But to accomplish the work, we're probably going to need to have some consultant support to be able to drive that this year.
Radio system licensing.
Can I just say one more point on that one, Sheila? Sure. This is one of those situations where, again, we looked, okay, does it make sense to bring a body on, given the cost? Anytime you're looking at a consultant for $101,000, you're saying, hey, why aren't we just hiring somebody at this point? Given the specialized nature and the fact that we think that this might be, you'll see that in future years we've got the need coming down, and it might even be coming down lower than that. We're just not 100% sure that it makes sense to be hiring somebody. If that changes over the course of this year, we might come back with a recommendation, but we think that bridging it with consultants is probably the right move for this year.
I was just wondering if you did a cost analysis to see how much could that be, the difference?
Yes, so it would be cheaper if we could find somebody. The question is, are we going to be able to find somebody at the volume of work? So realistically, we probably only need somebody at about a 0.5, and getting an engineer to back us up 0.5 is a really, really tough position to hire for. So could we try to do it? Maybe. Would we likely be successful? We just haven't had a lot of luck with those really specialized 0.5 type roles. And so it would be cheaper to do in-house if we could find somebody to do it. And we're not ruling that out, but we want to put it in as, like I say, put it in as consultants so that we have the ability to go. And if the time comes and we end up pivoting and saying, hey, we just met somebody who moved into town, comes talk to the city, has this background and skill set, we would come to you and say, let's roll this over into a position instead. So I don't have the specific numbers in front of me, but that was some of the logic. As well, they're different consultants. So some of this 101 was more on an engineering side. Some of it was to support general procurement for projects, so different skill sets. And so that kind of breaks down the need even further.
The other comment too is we've got a grant coordinator position, but when it comes to writing grants and reporting on grants for public works, like the big public works projects, it requires a special knowledge. It's not just anybody can fill out those forms with the milestones and the things that they require, especially for the grant applications. So the grant coordinator is good for a lot of them, but there are other ones where you need to have somebody with some engineering qualification to help. They have contracted services on here for $15,000, and that's just to be able to bring somebody in to do some land survey work, technical equipment maintenance, and miscellaneous stuff that comes up. And what else we got? Materials, just materials and supplies, local travel and meetings. We do have, the director of engineering doesn't have a dedicated vehicle. He has a pool vehicle that he uses, but it often can be out somewhere, somebody else is using it. So he does, that's just to allow for the use of a personal vehicle in some cases if required. Parks and landscaping materials, that is for at Parkview, by the pool, I think, outside the aquatic center. Change over, there's a few different things. He's only got like 6,400 and he's asking for, oh, that's the wrong thing. That's not the one I'm looking at. On the wrong page. There. Can you see that one, Sean?
Are you talking about the parks and landscape expenditures?
Yeah, that's $5,100. I can't find it.
It's primarily an inflationary item, as well as doing a bit of a program to replace stuff. Some of, I think there was a few junipers or something needed to be replaced.
Okay. So there's an error on this form, so we'll have to redo that one, because it says $53,100 up above.
Oh, great, $53,000 we're missing?
I was like, that's what was confusing me.
48,000
It says
difference?
53, and these were only saying four something, so.
Can you be bank error in the other direction, Sheila? Can you plan one of those next time?
I know, yeah. Training and then contracted services again. You know, we've talked about that as well. So yeah, there's a few, you know what, Greg, I think maybe these got corrupted somehow when we were doing the merge. There's a few of them in here that don't have the right numbers.
There's a bunch of things that we need to be able to demonstrate that we're meeting our policy or statutory levels, and training is part of that. And so one of the key areas I'm going to say is we need to be able to do more in-house danger tree assessment. It's really, really important that we have that function. So let's say you guys are walking along the river trail and we've got the cottonwoods trees and they're leaning in a particular direction or whatever it is. We need to be inspecting those, and if we have to go to a third party to inspect them because we don't have sufficiently trained staff in-house, you pay a heck of a lot more. And so this is the type of stuff that operationally you have to be able to do in order to meet your occupier's liability requirements, but it's just good practice to have staff that have these skill sets. So whether, like they say here, it's safety inspections, it's chainsaw course, tech training, like if you're going to use this kind of stuff, just throwing people on it without the training is horrible practice. So getting people what they need in an environment where everything costs a little bit more is what's happening there.
My question would be, how many times an employee receives the proper training to do that type of inspection and that employee leaves? And we are back to square one.
You have hit on an age-old problem, my friend. It happens with a fair degree of frequency where we provide the training necessary and they'll go on to another opportunity. In my opinion, one of the most important things for council is continuing to work to find a way to increase retention opportunities, because you invest a lot into people. And if you can keep those people for 5 years instead of 3 years, you've not just increased the productivity, but you've increased the value on the training that you provide. And so I will say that there's some departments where we do seem to have higher levels of retention, and Public Works actually does have pretty good retention. But it is not uncommon that you're going to give training, and whether it's this or something at a wastewater treatment plant or some other opportunity, and that knowledge will go elsewhere. There are some provisions in the collective agreement to address that, so that if somebody goes and gets training and then leaves in the months afterwards, there is a way to recoup the costs of that training. It's been used before. It's not always used. It's on a situational basis, kind of a little bit depending on how the breakup went. But yeah, it's a good question.
Okay, looking ahead under decorative streetlights, there's only 500 in there, and it actually should be 5,500 on the summary sheet. I'm like, why did I do a request for? It's on page 42, yeah. 5,500. It's 500 in the ongoing years, but it's 5,500 the first year to fix the rope lights that are used on Nicola and Quilshanna. Now there's a project is it a must-do? Probably not, but it's nice to have. I know the lights always look good along the road there. We're coming up on almost 2:30 here, so I want to make sure we get through. Line painting on page 40. Has been reduced down
Increased.
Increased?
Yeah.
Increased by $30,000. So on the sheet, it shows you the total amount with the increase on the backup.
And I'll say that is not the entire scope of the increase either, because some of that increase is going to the general, and some of it, for example, the next one down or two down is the airport contracted services. Part of that is allocating a portion of the line painting to the airport area. So the cost in line painting, wild things happened this year.
Rick can speak to that when he comes, because he's actually scaled back the line painting that'll be done this year too, as a way of keeping the cost down, because it's so high. And looking at other alternatives.
Yeah.
Sidewalks, small capital tools, that's just on there, the $1,400. It's a tool that they can use to repair the sidewalks, which previously they've brought contractors in to do. So it's just more just to show you the kind of ways looking at his repair program and maintenance program.
You'll note that there is, I think it was a 2024 request, but I think we've got it might have been this year request. We do have a fleet unit that we're looking at on the sidewalk side on the Capitol. Sidewalks are one program that we can kind of demonstrate the policy, but we've got a threshold that we need to keep sidewalks to, and our current processes for maintaining our sidewalks are a bit archaic. Invite you to talk with Rick or ask Rick about that. But we do need to kind of improve that to be able to demonstrate that A, we've done the inspections, and B, we've taken all necessary steps to get that sidewalk to a compliant state. And having the right equipment is important both on the capital side and these tools side to be able to do that.
Yeah, from a liability issue, it's very important if we have a policy in place that we're adhering to that policy, because we leave ourselves wide open if we're not maintaining things to the standards that are in our policy.
It's true.
Snow removal.
We get a quarterly update from the MIABC in relation to claims, and so at an upcoming, whenever our next closed council meeting is, we just got another one. Norm forwarded that along, but we can bring that to a closed council meeting to discuss some of the claims against the city. I can say anecdotally that a lot of those are slip and falls, and so sometimes it's ice, sometimes it's sidewalk.
Councilor Petrosi.
Could you speak to the diking expenditures? Just go back.
Yeah, so actually I think this is probably back in Sheila's day. City has conducted a dike review. We came up with something of a program that needed to be done. There was no resources allocated to that program. So short of it is for the dikes that do still exist, not the ones yet to be built. We certainly are hoping and praying for those ones, but for the dikes that do exist right now, we have inspection and maintenance requirements as under the Act, and so we are feeling a little bit uncomfortable right now that we know we have this responsibility. We've got reports saying some work that needs to be done. We need people to, A, be able to do that ongoing inspection that is required, but B, be able to direct some of the work, whether it's using our in-house work or to be able to set out some work plans for future years that we would be using external on the dike maintenance side. So it's an area where we just don't necessarily have the full scope of in-house expertise to be able to take care of that. Mm-hmm. And we will, again, all of this, expect that the directors are going to speak to it better than kind of the generalists, Sheila and I. So, but we'll flag that one that you'll want to speak to that too.
Yeah, that was a few years ago. We discovered the province was in looking at orphan dikes, what they called orphan dikes, which nobody seemed to be taking responsibility for. So then we took a look at what we actually supposedly were responsible for, and we didn't realize, nobody really even knew it wasn't on anybody's radar. So it's
until they take it back, I strongly suspect they will. It's just going to be confusing what it looks like. And they might try to do a reverse vote street with us where they're going to want it brought up to a certain standard before they take it back. At least that's the word on the street.
So the last page on this has some extra supplies and materials, some external equipment rental, we talked about that. Sometimes those has just gotten buried, but Rick and I decided we should separate that out on a separate line, so if they're continuously renting something, that maybe it's worthwhile to buy it, to have it on hand. Just gives us more flexibility. What's that? And then the fleet costs. That's inflationary increase for the extra fuel that we didn't factor in. There's two new things for elevator inspections there. That's one of the things where you make an improvement. You forget that when you change the lift at the arena, they changed the lift at the arena because I guess it was kind of a very Mickey Mouse thing and people were always breaking it. So they made it an actual elevator, but then it changes the status and now we have to have somebody come in more often to inspect it, so.
Councillor Newman?
Yeah, just because you're approaching, past two that I was looking at,
Okay,
approaching
sure.
one is the snow removal. And I'm just wondering if, when Director Green comes, if he could possibly put all snow removal requests and operations into one so that we can see,
Sure.
A, what we need to improve, B, what's been done, and C, how we can make our snow removal going forward better. Because I know it has been brought up by Councillor Charney as well, that it is something we need to review how we are doing it in our community. I don't think it is, last year was another example of it just not being satisfactory, and it's not because of the amount of snow, or I just think it's our process. So I would love to look at it as a whole when he comes, just to give him a heads up that, like how does it look as far as supplies? Do we need another vehicle? What are our options out there as far as snow removal goes?
Can I ask one question on that? So 100% we can bring this together so that you're reviewing a full program and what the budget changes to that are. One thing that I think is going to help, and Mike Mooland, our superintendent, as well as Rick and myself have had discussions on how we would propose amending the policy first of all, because ultimately there might be budget changes that are necessitated by that change in policy if you are directing service changes to that. I really think that we could bring forward what we have now, but until we have that next policy document, it might be really difficult to have a fulsome discussion, and we've kind of got a commitment on the table that we would be bringing that forward in advance of the next snow season with a potential amendment to the budget that, again, might be funded through the stabilization fund. So I can commit to absolutely bringing those first numbers forward, but kind of the full review of the program itself and how the processes are going to work, I think that might be better to do outside of the budget process, and you'll have our staff commitment that it would be in advance of the next snow season.
So you're talking about the plan that says what roads they plow first and how long?
Yeah, the priorities, because a lot of the question was particularly, I think that it's continuing to be around the downtown snow removal portion of this, and so there's some things that we can do. I just think that we might be premature to have the discussion without having hey, here's what we're proposing and recommending for options. Does this work for you? Are you wanting to see more? Because from that, it might be that we're seeing not just a minor increase. We might see we need to throw another $35,000 at this.
And this is my concern with if we're doing budget discussions now and council is in agreement that our snow removal needs to be improved, we need to know what those dollar figures are now versus, even though we might not get snow till the end of December or whatever, but in the last couple of years.
I think I would address it through making an allocation now to the stabilization reserve to say, hey, this is in there because we want you to go gung-ho on snow removal when the time comes. But allow it, because the last thing I want to do is make a chunky increase to budget and us never hit it year over year. So I think that if we do it through the financial stabilization, that'd be the best way to accomplish that for this year, and then we'll do detailed planning afterwards.
Thank you.
Just to share, adding to the comment that was happening about snow removal, last council we had a counselor who insisted that we needed to have a full-time snow removal employee that worked in public works. And so when they added a piece of equipment and either one or two staff, I think it ended up being something like a 10% annual budget increase for equipment and two staff. So what we had decided, I think at the time, was we had our budget, and then we had, for say, if it was 18 inches or more and one snowfall or 12 or some parameter like that, then we would call on contractors that would be on contact. That would normally be if there was like so many feet.
Yeah, and that didn't happen last go around, but I know that people were frustrated at it. There's a desire for council to say, how can we do this better? Nothing wrong with that.
I'm not concerned with which way it happens.
It's just as long as we do.
And it was for the extreme cases, just so you know, because we really hashed that out then.
Sheila, I don't know, obviously we haven't talked about the transfers to reserves yet, but if you can make a note that making sure we've got a sufficient transfer into that stabilization reserve.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up again, Sean, because as you were talking about that, I had a thought that what we can do is we can flag some things and then we can maybe transfer a chunk. If we want to transfer 75 to that stabilization reserve for snow, there might be 3 different items.
Right.
And then we could kind of flag it. And then we can pull it. The other thing is you can always amend the budget at any time during the year. You just can't change the amount of tax you collect, because that's a one-shot deal. You go to the bank once a year. But yeah, you can make other changes. So as long as we have some, so if you know of something else coming in or whatever, we can do shifts. I don't know if there's anything else on here. We're getting close to tea time.
I've got one request, Sheila, and this is as much for, I think for me, as it probably is for council, but I would love if possible, we could have, in addition to the amount of change, the existing budget levels, so that we know, because 15,000 might seem small if it's a $200,000 line, but if that's a $15,000 line and we're functionally doubling the budget, I think that might be important for council to know, and would, I know I've been through it with you, but I think that it's going to be useful to reference that.
Okay. And then the only other thing I think that's super interesting on here is the target grazing. I don't know if everybody knows what that is, but the goats are fantastic. I've watched them in Kamloops and other places, investigated using them to do other things. It's an easy way to do stuff. And they've used them here. So that's it for the general. But we can take a quick look. We've got about 20 minutes through the water and sewer. There's not much on water and sewer. For both of them, Rick is asking for sewer model maintenance and then a water model maintenance. To do a model of the water system and the sewer system so that it helps, and it's an annual thing that they do, but then it helps them with their planning and if things come up. So he can speak to those.
This will actually also have an economic development impact as well. I try to flag those whenever I can for you guys. If we had a better water and sewer modeling system, understanding when somebody is putting in a 75 unit building here, what happens with that modeling, and having somebody maintain that model for us so that we can better anticipate what infrastructure upgrades would be required by what developments, and in assisting with planning for what those trigger points are.
And so I imagine that would help with fire flows too, because I know there's a few areas in town where possible development is restricted by fire flows.
As it stands right now, anytime there's large developments or whatever the case is, we ask them to provide water modeling to be able to do this. But if we could tap into our existing water model, it would save costs for development, speed up timelines, and make staff a little bit more confident about the decisions that are made on that front. So we get the information, it just takes longer than it should, and it's not federated. So.
Okay, then the PLC and radio system upgrades. So for both systems, they have a fairly intricate radio system that they use to stay on top of it and so that the operators can be away from on the weekends and monitor things. So I think they've aged out because I don't know, they were replaced when I was here, so that kind of stuff changes pretty quickly. So that's the big ask on there. And then the Kengard well station is the other big with the manganese. And I don't know if you guys are aware of the manganese issue. Yeah.
And that's sorry, page number.
Yeah, there's probably 2 sets of page numbers on the bottom of your page.
Is it the very last page in the book?
It's the water and sewer capital requests. It's just a tiny little 6.
No, she's looking for the backup, I think.
No, I'm looking for the actual, like, it's not.
Oh, it's just.
No,
Yeah,
next
one.
that's the water sewer operating. Look at the water sewer capital.
The last page.
Here, I've got one for you.
Yeah, the order's a bit funky on that one. It's right after the,
Sorry, I didn't put page numbers
it's
on.
the first one after all the items.
Probably in the book, page 150, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, Greg would have put page numbers on it when he did the agenda.
I did put page numbers on the computer,
Pardon? There's no page numbers on there?
It is a 2024 project, so you guys know, we're not gonna get around it. IH they wanna see this. We've been trying to convince them that running a blend, because we get it well below the maximum levels when we're running that blend. But in recent tests, even at the blend, it's been increasing. And so I think they're getting a bit more antsy. Okay, city, you're going to need to do something with this. So I have talked with the team. The reason why this is 2024 in part is because we think that there's going to be some grant that's going to be available with doing a generic plant design for this. We're just going to have to find the right one. Not to mention having it in the financial plan gives us a bit of breathing room from, hey, we've got a plan, it's scheduled, we're going to be doing this. So that's the reasoning on the 2024 in part.
How often do we draw from the Kengard well?
It's part of the system now.
It is now?
Used to be, it was just a seasonal if needed thing, but it's used.
Okay.
Doesn't usually run primary, but it's used.
Because it's a different aquifer than the others.
Yeah, there's a lot of advantages to it, except for that dang manganese.
Yeah, which up until, we're really fortunate, some municipalities, their whole water system has got it.
Yeah, I think Soyuz is loaded with it, as far as I understand.
So with the water, like I know earlier in the day you said that we haven't had an increase to the user rates since 2019.
Yep.
So with these requests, even going forward with 2024, that request, does that still keep us at zero?
Yeah. We have enough room in the water system, water and sewer system. They're fairly healthy system. The sewer system particularly, because for a few years they thought they were going to have to do a total redesign, so the parcel tax was quite a bit higher. So they did build up quite a surplus in there.
And there's no
$300
future projects though past the 2024 mark that, like, I mean, it's one thing, especially when you come to these infrastructure problems.
The big one is going to be the actual treatment is a $6-some-odd million project that's going to be whatever
For the water
portion of that is.
So this is my question then. So like when we come across something that we know is $6.6 million in our future, and we're sitting here saying that our water rates are fine and we've got lots of, I look at that, and is that not the opportunity to say, okay, well, if we haven't had an increase since 2019, we really should be reviewing this in preparation for it?
You're not wrong. I just wanted to say that in allusion to what Sheila said earlier, council did make a request for a water metering program. If we were successful in getting that grant, we are 100% going to need to redo that model as one of the kind of first items out the gate. And so I think that just knowing that, it might feel a little bit weird to go make a change on people right now and then make a change immediately afterwards if we were successful in getting that grant. So you're not wrong with your idea to say, hey, we need to review these rates. So I'd say that between that particular project and I really, really want all of our rates to be considered contextually, not one-off. So I would love so much if we could be doing our water user rates, our utility rates for garbage, our parcel taxes at the same time that we're doing our fees and services bylaw, so that we can say, all right, here's our rates, they're all updated, they're all balanced, so that we're covering operating costs, we're covering capital costs, etc. Could we look at parcel taxes this year if you wanted to make an increase to it? We could, and I think that we probably wouldn't need to do it on the sewer side right now, given what we have in there. Water might be justifiable, and if you want us to take a look at that and bring that information back, we can plan on doing that.
I would absolutely like that. I'm not by any means, nobody likes an increase in water rates or user fees or anything, but I mean, in order to get Merritt to a place where we need to be for the rest of time, now is the time.
So, sad little story, when I came in 2008, the water rates hadn't been adjusted for quite some time. By the time we got around to it, 2008, we had to raise it by $500,000. We were $500,000 short, and it was a nightmare for the next 2 years to get back that up because it had been totally forgotten, and we ran into some problems.
Was that on the parcel taxes or the utility rates?
The utility rates.
Yeah, I think that for council, know that if you're talking about future capital stuff, you're primarily talking about parcel taxes for that, and so I think that the sentiment.
There's a couple of reasons for it. One is it's easier to tell people the user fees are for the operations. The other thing is the parcel tax. Even if the property isn't connected to the water, they pay the process. Like as long as they can connect, like if it's bare land and the water runs in front, they pay the parcel tax as well to ensure that the system's there when they do want to connect. So it captures everybody that could be a potential user.
For us, it was a bit of a hard sell because they didn't care whether it was a parcel tax or utility. It was $500,000. That's all they heard, right? And it was because it was forgotten, and then all of a sudden it was like, here you go, you need to do this now, and it was like, holy moly.
Yes, the user fees to kind of as a best practice, and we're technically really required by charter or whatever, is to be able to justify why we're charging that. So in order to do that, you have to have really good grasp on what your actual costs are. Water and sewer would be fairly easy to collect the costs because they're so isolated, but other, like the pool user fees and stuff, there's a lot of different costs that we want to make sure we capture in there when we're basing those rates. So yeah, it's a big project too.
We can bring it back. I think once you see what the reserve balances are, it might make a bit more sense why we're saying what we're saying. Like, sewer's so well capitalized right now that we could run half of the water treatment plant upgrade and still cover the costs for it. Like, we've got funds there. Water, we have some. It's not nearly what it is on the sewer side, but we're covering the operational by and large with the rate that we have currently set. So I think that if you wanted to take a look at them all, it makes great sense that you would. You want to satisfy yourself of that, so we can bring that information forward.
Councilor Petrozzi.
So did you say the user fees right now average $2.40 per day, something like that? $2.40?
Yeah, $2.25 a day. For water, sewer, and garbage.
Yeah, right.
It's so reasonable.
Yeah, if you come, across to the public that, we rate, it's only $2.25.
Yeah, and ironically, I was looking at a handout I did a few years ago for a budget, and I mean, the rate's still the same. So we need to promote the heck out of that.
Right, yeah.
Everything else has gone up, and that's...
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, your cup of coffee's gone up more than in that time frame.
That's just sad how expensive a cup of coffee's gotten.
I opened this Squamish yesterday, go to the drive-thru, 2 lattes, $26.
That's ridiculous. I'm gonna hate that.
From where? Golden Cup Coffee?
I can't comment with something.
Holy smokes.
There you go.
Just wait till the 2% gets cheaper liquor.
So other than that, I think that's pretty good for water and sewer. I don't think on the operating side, there's just equipment, chemicals. It's all a couple of contracted services. But water sampling, the regulations for water, the requirements for sampling, and the costs are just constantly going up. There's always changes with how we do stuff, which drives up the cost of doing business for us. But, yeah. So water and sewer are relatively straightforward. And transit is fairly straightforward. You have the transit's coming Tuesday night to do a presentation. So the one important thing about transit too is just BC Transit handles the operations. We're the funder. So the city provides funding and gives direction as to what type of service we want, if we want an expansion or because we share the funds, so they have to get approval from council. In my years here working with transit, we got working with the transit society that runs, I assume it's the transit society that's still running, working with the transit society, and people were wanting us to get involved in what's happening there, but they are an employee of BC, like they're a contractor to BC Transit. So it's one of those areas, but transit's really good, but it's just so council's clear what the city's role is there. We definitely would take complaints and deal with them, and we had a good relationship when Frank was there with that, and I'm sure we probably still do with talking about complaints and stuff. But yeah, the operation side of it is directed by BC Transit. And yeah, I'm sure they'll do a good presentation. They want to do a service review coming up, which they come up and ride the bus and talk to people and do a bunch of stuff, so that's usually good. And I think we have a pretty good transit system for a small town. It's, people can go. That new on-call service is still working, and it's good. I know when we were living here, my father-in-law used it. Sometimes he had appointments, and it worked similar to what they have in Counts called the Handy Dart, but this is a little bit different, door-to-door service. Mm-hmm.
So can I just do a tiny bit of framing here to close things out? So in general, you don't want capital to drive taxation. Is that perfectly true in circumstances where I'm saying we're not raising enough revenue to be able to fund capital? No, you kind of want that bleeding over. We're probably not going to get it this year, but following budget, we're hopefully going to tap on Sheila's shoulder to be able to plan for the next budget cycle for how we could potentially look at implementing some type of infrastructure charge that is going to go directly towards that, but we'll leave that to a future time. What I do want you to know is that if you're kind of targeting 5%, what I need you to do is take a look at this operating list closely, because you'll see that what we have on there is coming in at 11.59%, and so you guys you're going to have your work cut out for you on that side in terms of where this goes. What I am going to do with our team is some of these are going to be zero-sum requests, whereas some of them you might be able to reduce the number. I'm going to try to get that identified for you guys so you know what you can do with these requests, because you might be able to do less line painting or some of these other types of things, but you're not going to be able to, in all cases, be able to just reduce the number and still get the end product. So we'll try and clear that for you as much as possible. From the flow through from this, we will come up with some numbers for you on the capital side as well, and you may need to chop capital projects or add capital projects to get to where you want to live. But a lot of what we need to do on that, of course, is adding in those grant projects and what's going to have to run, so that you can have a higher degree of confidence as to what you actually have to play with on the other capital requests. Does that make sense? Yeah. So homework is find out where the hacksaw is and what's getting chopped on that, and be prepared to answer or to ask any questions of staff on Thursday.
So the 5% is just a number that we're pointing at. I mean, if you go over what's been going on in the province, it's usually right now 6.5 to 7 seems to be where everybody's landing. Unless you're in Surrey, then it's 17.9. You know, but so and I mean, as we move along, I mean, we will defer some things to 2024. It usually happens all the time anyway. You don't do every single thing you see. But it is. You know, it is good for us to do our homework and be prepared to defend why you don't think it should happen or defend why it should happen, so.
We will, another thing that I had actually already started it just for a hobby's sake, compiling a bunch of the requests that have been made to date. There are not a lot of advantages to being a little bit late to budget, but one of them is you have a whole lot of numbers for where other people came in. And so if it would be helpful for you just for getting a sense of where you guys are falling in the pecking order, we can pull some of those numbers.
Sure.
So on a last note, I can read you this poem.
Almost not last note, Councillor Newman.
I just have a question, like our next meeting, when this comes back to us, could we possibly have, or highlight the lines that are not nice to, are mandatory requirements? Because some of these are requirements that are meant to happen.
Yeah.
So they have to happen no matter what.
We'll group those and then maybe group them by program.
Because we might be only looking at the remaining 1% available to that 5% after we break down what's actually needed. So it just might be visually easier. Thank you.
And at what point will the fees and charges meeting take place?
For the next upcoming bylaw?
Yeah.
I don't have a time.
That doesn't have to be done before budget.
No, it wouldn't be done before budget.
I was just thinking of a percentage that we could keep in mind, you know, for those user fees.
Yeah, there will be some that won't move with user fees. There will be some that move a lot, but what we are going to ask them to do is come up with some recommendations for a graduated implementation program so that we can smooth the pain where there are going to be increases. So we'll do what we can. The one thing I want to flag for you is that there do tend to be some departments that things are seen to be higher priority than others, and so in between departments, it's harder to say what the priority is. Within departments, the department heads can say, hey, this is my order, don't you dare cut these things or else I'm screwed. These things, hey, I might be able to survive without, we'll find a way. It's what happens is when you are comparing a priority number 2 in one department against the priority number 2 in another department, where you're not going to be able to necessarily say apples to apples. And so I'll just flag that for you, ask the questions that you want, but it might be the case that a priority 4 in one area is going to be more important to you than a priority 1 on another spot. And that's just a really hard position that tends to pit staff against each other, so just be a bit mindful of that when you come in on Thursday, because sometimes that's where the hard feelings can come in. Is very often it tends to be like recreation maintenance programs tend to get deferred like every year. So I've been around this table enough to know what happens. We'll paint that building another time, we'll put in carpet another year, whatever the case is. And so just as you're going through this, know that you're not always going to be able to compare apples to apples, but we'll do the best we can for you.
Sheila, up to you.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna read this poem that they put in. It says, taxes everywhere, cities and districts, they do declare increases of rates. Oh my, oh dear, what do we do with wallets and fear? Dawson Creek starts us off 4.5% with 1.5 for paving to cough and 3% for operations. So they separate it. They say the cost of living on display. Hope District follows close behind at 4.43%. Its rate is aligned with Little at 6.9 2.9 in line with CPI. Joni shares with glee. And Houston did 2.5 because their budget with a reserve in tow, but Canfor is looking at closing up there, so they hope to show. Trevor James, he's from Lake Country, has a different tale. Options from 9.95 to 19.02. Oh, hail. Council settles at 17.05.
Where's that?
Lake Country. Because of the RCMP, they went over so they have to pay for their RCMP. Groceries may save from a fruit pie. Whistler sees an 8.42% increase to recover from COVID's tax freeze. Capital asset reserves to rebuild. Healthy levels to fulfill. Squamish jumps to 8.9%, investing in facilities with intent. RCMP, QP, IAFF, which is the firefighters union, trans at all cost. Inflation permits, they are not lost. Salmon Arm at 3.83%, a modest increase one might attest, whilst Rossland still proposed at 5% and Gibson's at 6.5 tries to thrive. Oh say word, your increase is grand at 10%, a heavy demand. To balance a budget, 32% would be due if they wanted to balance their budget, so they must be using surpluses or something else. Council will try again to see it through. Taxes everywhere, an increase in rates we all must bear. Witty poem or not, it's quite clear our wallets will be empty in the coming year. Anyway, well, it's interesting what artificial intelligence can do these days.
Yeah.
Take a survey thing and throw it all in, and
It's pretty cool.
come up with something. I thought that was quite funny.
Okay, so moving on, 5, new business. Seeing of new business, move to terminate the meeting. Motion to terminate. Thank you.
Everyone.
Still got some tea.